Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, March the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick couple of yeses if you can hear me and you can see my screen? Excellent. Thank you very much. All right. Well, guys, just before we start in, first of all, the trade of the week is BOX, B-O-X, BOX. The suggested entry, again, how you trade it will be up to you, but the suggested entry is 23.56, which is the high on Thursday. So the trade of the week is BOX. So now we know why Viacom and Disca and some, I guess, TME and some of the other China internet stocks just got crushed on Friday afternoon. Don't know how to pronounce it. I'm going to pronounce it Archegos, a hedge fund at a big, pretty big one, I guess. I'm not sure if they had to liquidate their fund entirely, but they had to, margin calls, etc. $20 billion worth of stock they were selling. And I guess Viacom and Disca, TME, they were part of the portfolio and they just got absolutely crushed. And so that is, because if you're in the room on Friday, we saw this action with Viacom just getting, I mean, it was already getting crushed before, but this really accelerated it. So I did not know that while it was happening, but certainly read about it on the weekend. So, wow. Yeah, so Real's talking about HGen. HGen, big pop-up so far this morning. HGen, it is a virus play. Positive phase 3 results. It's a virus play. And not a super low float, but 42 million in the float. Let's see what happens, see if it can take out that all-time high. Looks like there's that may not be the all-time high. In fact, it is not the all-time high. All-time high is back here around $34. But the next area is to try to get through. If it's going to continue, will be around that 24.43. Yeah, UPC is active this morning. A recent IPO. I think it was last week, in fact. The 23rd. So lots of activity right now for UPC. Over $10. A lot of volume. Look at that. 6.3 million in the float. It's already traded the float. CYAN is, let's see, is it holding its gap? Not bad, 584, so it's dropped about $1. Couldn't see any specific reason for it. Yeah, I still can't see any specific reason for it. CAN, the crypto was up this morning. Now it has fallen back quite a bit, actually, 1992 down to 1937. But anyway, crypto was up this morning. I saw Mara, and Riot. So crypto is up so far this morning. Mara and Riot, a couple of the ones that we follow. SEAC is still up, and it's a relatively low float, $28 million. Their news, multi-million-dollar deal with a large unnamed broadband service. Okay, so there's your news for SEAC. Mogo. I don't know if this is new news or this is Canada's. Again, I can't tell if this was new news this morning for Mogo. Canadian Financial, going to be the second brokerage that offers commission-free trading. So I don't know if this was new news this morning. HMHC is up on, let's see, if they divested, I don't know how much, probably a big part of this company, divested on a sale of $349 million sales to News Corp. I don't know how big, it's probably a huge component of this company, HMHC. MLND. Initially, this was halted this morning. The initial reaction was really positive, and then all of a sudden reality sets in. They're doing a merger with a private company called Tempest, and it's right at the 200-day, I think. Yeah, 189, so it's just a little bit below the 200-day moving average. But again, the initial reaction was very positive, and then all of a sudden, look at this, from $3 down to 181. So Have to wait and see what happens there. And as Real mentioned, TME, yes, a $1 billion stock buyback. Just give me a moment here. So yeah, TME has a $1 billion stock buyback program. Again, one of those ones hit by that fund having to liquidate. Okay, so that's probably the main reason. Okay, thank you, Casa. All right, just checking some of these other ones to see if they're holding their gaps. Some of them are. OCUP, I did see this morning. OCUP, but it's starting to fade. Big pop after hours, actually, on Friday. I don't really see any specific reason other than I see Jones Trading initiating coverage, but there must have been a reason for this pop Friday afternoon after the market closed. Yeah, I was not familiar with that fund at all, but I guess it's an offshoot of a Tiger. No, I don't mean Tiger, TIGR, the stock, but yeah, devastating. Wafu, remember all those China education stocks that were just ripping higher? So off 18% now. WAFU, my guess is that most of them are doing the same thing. All right, it is 9:12, so I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Give me a moment, please. Just want to load a cloud link here. All right, let me just do a quick check again to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. And okay, actually not too many upgrades and hardly any downgrades. So let me get some of them in here. This is from briefing.com. Interesting. GSX getting an upgrade from one of those China education stocks that have been just got hammered. Getting an upgrade from Citigroup. All right. Harmony Biosciences, HRMY. HRMY. Don't know too much about them. Getting an upgrade from Goldman this morning. Check that one out. Viacom, VIAC, getting a couple of upgrades, I notice. So, I mean, there was nothing wrong, I suppose, with their business. It's just, a fund had to liquidate. And OVV getting an upgrade from Goldman. So let's just take a look at OVV and see what's happening here with OVV. Not much. And the other one is HRMY. HRMY. Take a look at this one. Again, nothing really happening yet. It's a relatively low float. Also, 20 million in the float. And hardly any downgrades. Let me get the downgrades in now. Nomura, NMR, they're also sort of got hit because of that liquidation. That is Nomura, Japanese financial, big one. Another one, I don't think I mentioned it, was CLDX. CLDX yeah, got hammered here. Yeah, look at CLDX. It's down 15%, almost 16% right now. Relatively low float, 36 million in the float. 80%, just read the news. 80% response rate. I guess that's not good enough. What happened to it? I don't know. Let's take a look. I know I saw this one, CPHI. So when you say what happened to it, what do you mean by that exactly? It March 26th. So they had earnings actually. One of the very few companies that release earnings after hours on a Friday. It is a China company, so they released earnings after hours on Friday. And so when you say what happened, I guess that's what happened. Okay, I'm just kind of looking to see if there's anything else creeping in here. I did see this SXTC. Also, I didn't see any specific reason for it being up 18%, fairly low float. China stock also. And let's take a look at these plays. Let's see, DLPN, NFT play, of course. Let's see if it's, yeah, I've got an alert set up here. The high of Thursday. See if it takes that out at some point. It starts to resume. Credit Suisse, also CS, I noticed got hammered this morning too. Big float. Oh, we don't even have a flat. Why don't we have a float for that? That's crazy. It's got to be a huge float though for CS through the 200-day moving average also. Okay, through that 200-day moving average. So actually, I mean, this has some room to run down. You know, I mean, I'm sure it's a huge float. And why we don't have float information, I don't know. I know it's a Swiss stock, but still. And there's TME, starting to run back a little bit here. Again, on that buyback. So it is above right now. It's above Friday's high. Like in one of the stocks, it just got hammered with the liquidation of that fund. Just give me a moment, please. We'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So, for those of you who don't know, this is an abbreviated trading week. There is a holiday on Friday, Good Friday, and because of that, as always, we usually have a little promo code going. So I'm just going to pop that in here. Easter Bunny is your promo code to get 20% off. Yeah, I know they were trying to float it, the ship. Oops. So that's good news, I guess. But I guess that is good news. I see also another one that got hammered on Friday, VIPS, another one of the China stocks that got hammered. How interesting is this? So, I noticed this in the pre-market. So I noticed, it was up a little bit, but that's not what caught my eye. Look at the 200-day moving average for VIPS. Now, that's probably changed just a little bit, but we have right now at 24.82. Look what it did on Friday. It literally, probably almost, within a couple of pennies, got right down to that 200-day moving average. Just again to hammer home the point, that 200-day moving average, a very important technical indicator to take a look at. I don't use very many of them, but certainly that is one that I'm aware of. I know, it's an area reel, I know. But it is interesting. I mean, I don't know if it got right to the penny, but okay, this one, not very much volume. ORPH, I'm not sure what happened here. Okay, so they actually phased so this could really, not very much volume here for this ORPH. Where are they out of? Denmark, okay. So, not too many Danish stocks, I don't think. But anyway, failed phase 2/3, their drug trials. So this has been hammered down here. Just not that much volume, 28,000 shares only, 24 million in the float. No, I had no trades this morning. I was busy doing some other stuff, so I couldn't really concentrate. The one that I would have liked is, of course, the can. I think was the can. No, the Mogo. The Mogo is the one I wanted, but it's too late. Checkpoint, CHP, oh, charge point, sorry, charge point, making a little bit of a move here, a little bit of a move, 108,000, big float, it's only up 4% though. Well, you just have to watch, see how it opens. I mean, the highs in the pre-market for HGN were about 24.55. If you look left on that daily chart, it almost, it's got up to that level in the pre-market. Right there is the high, 24.64. So what did it get to in the pre-market? Almost right to that level, and then it stalled. You just have to wait, see how it opens. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, so what time is it? 9:25. So I think I'm going to just minimize these two right here. And again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, not too many in the list this morning. But if you want to follow it up and down and the repeating version from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then here's my watch list right here. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned that BOX. I was watching it, and look what it did Friday afternoon. You know, this is such a big area for it to try to take out that 12. And just at the very end of the day, 3:45, and even in the pre-market, it just poked its head above 12. But now, you know, it has come right back down. So I'm sorry, not 12. It's 11 that we were looking at. Not. I'm sorry. I thought that was the 12 mark. So yeah, so it's above this all this area here. So could be interesting. So I'm not going to send the link. You just have to go to my homepage, okay? MK, go to my homepage, and everything I'm sharing is here. Not to be a pest myself, okay? Everything I'm sharing is here in my scan section, including the moving higher, okay? Just have to, you know, find that tab that says Barry's homepage. And my layout is there also. Okay, just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here. I don't see anything else. VIPS is, I mean, it's having a nice rebound. Remember, a lot of these stocks have been ripping. So now we know the reason why, you know, the VIPS, I mean, VIPS, Disca, Viacom, some other China stock, not that, of course, Viacom and Disca are not China stocks, but obviously were big holdings in that fund that just got liquidated on, but this must have been happening, obviously, a couple of days prior. Give me one moment. And VIPS just made another made a new high, pre-market high. All right, everybody, market's going to open in a little over 30 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, it's a short week. There's a market holiday on Friday. Did we? Yeah, we saw, or did I see MLND? Yes. I saw the initial reaction was great, and then market said, we don't like this merger. All right, everybody, we're now open. So let's see what happens off the bat. Give me a moment, just want to answer somebody. All right, everybody, let's see now. I am looking at just give me a moment here. I forgot to do something on my other monitor. So gap up and reverse. So HGEN is starting to slide a little bit here. Okay, so this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And we have now, guys. You're on your own in this one. Okay, this was one of the China education stocks that went crazy on Friday, all the way up to 35. We don't even have any float information. It just got halted. EEIQ. When I say you're on your own, I mean, don't ask me for any advice on something like this. You know, the float is going to be very low. Yeah, interesting. The TCAT is dropping, and yet DLPN is accelerating. The TCAT is dropping, yes. Yeah, look at DLPN. I don't know if they had any specific news. Maxim Group maintained coverage, raises price target from 10 to 28. Okay, so there's your news. I don't know. So we have an analyst raising it from 10 to 28. Okay, so this is now turning into a gap up and go, CYAN. Again, I don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just looking at the headlines. I don't see any specific reason for it, for CYAN. But it is, yeah, look at this, 4.5 million in the float. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is on purpose. Let's try to let things settle down. We'll miss the big runners at the beginning, but that's just the way it is. You can always do it here. This is just the repeating version. It starts firing off right at 9:30. Yeah, Scion just got halted. Yes, CYAN. I don't see any news on it, guys. The last news I see, let me see if I can. I mean, there's obviously some news on it. I mean, I see a filing on the 16th, but other than that, I don't see any specific news on it. All right, so this Credit Suisse is moving down still, guys. CS. I think this. I don't know if this got caught up in that fund. I'm not 100% sure, but anyway, look at this though. Gapped way down below the 200-day moving average for CS. Here is one that just got halted. Wow, SUMR just got halted on the way down. Where are you, Meg? Just teasing you a little bit here, but this got halted on the way down, SUMR. That's a big, look at this. Not very much volume yet. Yeah, too bad. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for HGen, which is now really starting to sink here. All right, so much for the buyback, the $1 billion buyback. As we, right now, TME starting to, it's still up. And again, so much for the upgrade. Gee, I saw GSX had an upgrade this morning. So what is the market doing? Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little, NAS is down a little. You know, after what a rally we had on Friday late with all the indices. Look at VIPS, guys, just getting thumped again. VIPS getting thumped. CLDX getting hit also now. CLDX. There's the 200-day moving average, 1701, so it's a couple of dollars above that. Yeah, it's too bad. I had this on the, this is the flip of the abnormal option activity, but I just don't have any shorts available for HGEN. Okay, I mentioned this charge point didn't have very much volume to start, but the volume is coming in now. CHPT, it's right at Friday's high, looks like. It was 21.57, so it's just a little bit above Friday's high. Thursday's high was 22.59, so there's a little bit of room to get up to that level. That's about $1. Well, CYAN just resumed from its halt. And did it ever. Look at this, CYAN resuming from its halt. Again, it'll show up maybe here in the watch list up, but it'll be so extended. It's here, you know, in the repeating version. Yeah, guys, you got to be so careful. I mean, look, yeah, you're absolutely right. The TCAT just bounced right back up. Only 6 million in the float, so you know, from 37 right back up to 40, $3 pop, just like that. All right, this is a gap up and reverse. Fly is starting to come down a little bit here. I don't know if there was some specific news on it. Carlisle, oh, this is a buyout. That's right. This is a buyout. But in the buyout, it's supposed to be around 1704, I think. 1705. Yeah, 1705. So it's starting to slide somewhat from the buyout price. And UPC, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. UPC is starting to slide somewhat. Recent IPO from last week, UPC. Gap up and go. Let's see. Wow, CLDX is just sliding, and if you have the AI, you know that there was an alert for it right here at 1960 to short, 1880 right now. And this is the AI. Yeah, how you trade it will be up to you, okay? Don't ask me for any advice on the box. I mean, yeah, the suggested entry was 23.56, so it's just a little bit above it. How you trade it will be up to you. The next high looking left is 24.09, so, you know, it's not that far away from that. And then after that, 24.22. So if you can clear these levels, then, you know, you've got something going. Well, guys, a couple of shorts early on from the AI. There's the GSX, $36, 33.43 right now. What's the low looking left on that one is 30.30, so has about $3 left to get to that low of Friday, GSX. Yeah, HMHC is now a gap up and go. So look at this though. I mean, this is why, you know, trading the first 15 can be a little injurious to your health, because look at this. Got all the way down to 667 and then it just popped right back up. So, but it looks like now it wants to, I don't know enough about their business, if what else they do. I don't know if, you know, my guess is that the $349 million sale is a huge chunk of their business. And that was a sale they made to News Corp. Give me a moment, please. Oh, look at VIPS just getting, again, thumped. Meanwhile, CLDX is just getting thumped also. CLDX. Lending Club, LC, is getting hit somewhat. LC, this is a gap down and go. Meanwhile, CLDX, yes, what a great alert from the AI so far. 1960 was the alert, and look very steadily down. Getting close to that 200-day moving average, 1701. Boy, Lending Club getting hit here. LC. Old school, X moving higher. Look at X. Look at this run for US Steel on the open. Hey, cheers. The Suez is open. All right. Just when you think you've possibly heard all the type of news that we can get in the world, we get that news from last week. Crazy. Yeah, look at metals and mining. The XME, there's the ETF for metals and mining. So we're going to see, you know, US Steel, and CLDX. Again, guys, I mean, what a great the great alert here from the AI as a short. Coming right in, nearing that 200-day moving average, 1701. Yeah, this was probably pretty predictable. Again, no shorts for me though. CYAN, big pop, and now it got it's resumed on the way down. CLF guys, just like US Steel, X. Look how close this got to that 1701. I know it's an area, but look how close CLDX got to that 1701, 1725 within 24 cents. Okay, so we have some. So yeah, we have some right here. Archon triggering from my watch list. So construction company Fleur, FLR. So this should benefit again from, again, if you guys ever get an true infrastructure bill passed, etc. But anyway, Fleur, a lot of these construction companies should be moving fairly well. 2289. Let's see if it can. What's the high looking left now? That's Thursday's high is 25. This has room. Fleur has room. It's not a low float. 138 million in the float. So far that CLDX has kind of bounced off that 200-day moving average area. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a couple. So BOX, it looks like it is starting to fade. Not shortable for me. BOX, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, DBI, retailer, DBI. On the move here, DBI. What's actually, guys, XRT doing pretty well. XRT. ETF for the retail sector. How's Macy's doing this morning? Basically flat. HGen on the move. Yes, bounced off that 20 level, looks like. There's the not the pre-market high. The pre-market high is way up here. Not a low float, 42 million in the float. And it just got halted, yes. Whereas UPC, wow, not shortable for me. Yeah, the problem I have with the I did notice the SEAC from my scan. We're talking about my option scan. The problem is, I always say look left. Look like there's some pretty good blockage right here, right around that area of 178, 170, 180. So the trigger was at 171. So I look at this and now if it can find its way through that, then even it's kind of close to 2. I don't love the daily. I don't love the weekly on this SEAC. However, DBI is still moving higher here. Boy, this is really interesting. 1750 is the high. Wow, I mean, this has got room. I mean, DBI has room. Now, again, when I say has room, if you look left, the next high in that weekly chart is over here, so it's above that high. I mean, if we back this out, of course, there are some areas, but this is back, 2019. It's almost not quite 2 years ago, but boy, U.S. Steel is still surging here, guys. X is still surging. It is getting, let's see, 24.46, so it's above that high there. The next high, looking left, is about 24.71. Oh man, I mean, this has got a ton of room. Look at the monthly chart, and I'm talking about U.S. Steel X. Okay, as I said, this EEIQ, you're on your own. Look at this. It came out of the halt, just got lambasted, down $8 from the highs there. Still waiting on the HGen. Let's see, is it going to be, well, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:55 plus 30 seconds, 30 seconds after 9:55. If it is a 5-minute halt, there's the halt right there, 9:50. Typically, they're 5 minutes. Okay, space on the way down. This was actually up in the pre-market, but it is starting to move down now. SPCE, space. All right, HGen, just resume now. Well, the pre-market high is around 24.59-ish. Well, there goes the HGen. So challenging that pre-market high, 24.50, not that far away. Takes that out. The next high is looking left would be 27.25 on the weekly chart. So this has some room. Look at those two highs, almost to the penny on the weekly chart, 24.64 and 24.37. Not quite, but very, very close. Getting into that, area that if it gets through that, then great. Might have some room to get to the 27 mark. Lots of news for that one this morning. And we're talking about the HGEN. And a lot of volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. So 10 million shares. This will probably trade the float. 42 million in the float. I'm almost certain this will trade the float today. We're at 11 million already. We're only less than half an hour in, plus the pre-market volume. So what are the markets doing? So the Dow's down a little. Tech is down. SPY is down. So the markets are down. Most of the indices are down. And from my my abnormal option activity, HGen, so the trigger was at 22.95. So that's not doing too badly. And designer brands continues. Boy, an 18 break. It does, yes, it does include the pre-market, yes. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment, please. I'm just trying to answer somebody here. Sorry, guys, just give me a moment here, just answering somebody an email. Okay, let's take a look at, yeah, Recon. Let's take a look at Recon. Recon was an early alert from my watch list, 782. Wow, nice so far. Guys, you know, the watch list is for you guys. It's for me too, but I just can't concentrate, especially early on some of these. But there it is, RCON 782, 810 right now. Nice little percentage move. As I mentioned before, I think the SIAC, it's going to struggle to get through this area. FLUR, FLR, 2289. That's pretty good, 2328. We looked at the HMHC 749. What did it get up to? Yeah, this is, again, I don't know enough about their business to know. It sounds like they've sold a huge part of their business, so $350 million or something. CAN, let's see what CAN did after that. 2035, yeah, nothing much. And then the HGen, 2295, got up to 25. So I had some nice winners so far from the watch list, my watch list. They're not all going to be winners, you know, and that's why it's called a watch list. Interesting. You had shorts, William. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, you know what? Now they're available. 23,000 shares, I see. So there's been some covering taking place. There were shorts available earlier, then I noticed that they did dry up. RLX, take a look at RLX. Real's talking about RLX. March 26th pre-market. So this is, I guess they had earnings. So Q4 profit exceeds analysts' expectations. I'm seeing some news this morning on it. Yeah, there's rail. There's your rail, Zach. Yeah, easy come, easy go. Look at this cyan. Not shortable for me. All the way up to 630, back down to 435. Still up 37%, but look at this topping tail. Doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. We're limited, Jeffrey, but I mean, if you want to take a look, let me just go to search, and you know, we've got geometric patterns and end of candle and candle patterns. Okay, so you can take a look. So yes, I mean, we can search for these. Okay, so if you right click on an alert window, if you're a subscriber, and then just search, and then we have categories. Again, end of candle, candle pattern, geometric pattern, okay? Oh yeah, Zetkin just popped. No kidding. Zetkin did just pop. out of nowhere. I mean, this was starting to fade like the rest of the NFTs, but this just absolutely popped, big volume, and it was halted, of course. Not of course, but it was halted, 11.12. All right, guys, another one short from the AI that of course is of interest to me because it's in the price range that I like. Yeah, pretty big pullback, you know, for the HGen, but still looking good from the options play right there, 22.95, or from, well, actually it's both the same, 22.95. So either from my watch list or from the option scan. Okay, CLDX, another leg down, getting really close again to that 200-day moving average. Okay, Zedkin just opened and opened higher, Zedkin, and the next high looking left is 1320 or so, maybe 1330 on the daily chart. Well, again, the next high looking left is 2725 for HGEN, 2725. So will that stall it? Are they? Okay. Okay, how did DBI do? Did it, no, it did not take out, well, it tried to take out 18, DBI. Meanwhile, VIPS now challenging that whole number at 29. Has a lot of room underneath, guys. VIPS, look at that. I mean, it got down to basically to the 200-day moving average on Friday. It's getting slammed because of that fund. Basically liquidating A lot of stocks, including VIPS. Yeah, I would just have to, I think I'd have to wait for it to take this out, SEAC. Don't love the weekly or the daily on this SEAC. Again, I guess I may be wrong. I mean, SEAC may just blow right through this. It's a relatively low float, 28 million in the float. And, you know, it's jumping on a multi-million-dollar contract with a broadband company which is unnamed. So I just reluctant because of this area right up here, that 178. $27.25, so that posed no issue. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is $33.95 for HGen. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I just have to bring this chart up for STN. Put a high right there. Well, I actually thought it did hit the trigger. You know, in theory. 2356. Did it not hit 2350? Yeah, so in theory it triggered, okay? How you're going to trade it is up to you. It's pulled back a lot, but it did in theory hit the, not in theory, it did. Trigger was 2356, so it did get up to 2365. All right, well, I'm looking right there on that 2-minute chart. All right, guys, I think I'll, a little early, but I think I'll start right now. First of all, if you're brand new to the room, welcome to the trading room. This is the format Monday to Friday, not this Friday. This Friday is a market holiday. And I'm on the live on the mic, sharing my screen between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And what I'm going to do right now is just drop my homepage link. A lot of information on my homepage. Okay, so from the trading room, this trading room here, if you can locate my Barry's homepage, the tab called Barry's homepage, you click on that. When you do, well, first of all, I want to pop this the promo code in, because we do have a promo code probably running till Sunday. Easter Bunny, promo code Easter Bunny for 20% savings. Okay, so when you click on my homepage, link, just a minute. So there's my tab, Barry's homepage tab. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. A lot of information, including how to take out a subscription. And again, don't use Barry for Alpha, use Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. You'll get 20% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Let me just get that up there. We have 4 plans available. We have an annual plan and a monthly plan for premium and standard. So the premium plan on an annual basis would be $22.68 a year minus the 20%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 20%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the usual reason why people, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service. And for instance, gave you these alerts so far this morning. You know, with the obviously the CLDX, awesome, 1960 to short. So right now it's at 1732. GSX 36. These are the percentage moves. Okay, are they all winners? Of course not, but some really nice ones on a percentage basis so far. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan if you don't want to. You can go month to month. You can go month to month. Yeah, click on it. Here we go. So standard is 118 and the premium is 228 on a monthly basis, minus the 20% for the first month only, okay? The discount can be applied to the first month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, it'll go back to the 118 and the 228. If you decide, though, within 30 days that you'd like to upgrade from, say, from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor that 20% discount. Okay, more information from my home page. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's is a box, BOX. It did trigger. Don't have to take it right on the trigger, of course, but you know, it's a suggestion. That's all it is. How you trade it will be up to you. I do a little recap of, usually I pick a stock that has been kind of fun to look at. Scans, all my scans are here, including my layout. Remember, it's a layout, so before you load my layout, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Moving higher with on all the other scans that I'm sharing. So if you don't want my entire layout, you might have your own layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at the individual scans that I'm sharing, including the moving higher. This is my favorite one, higher with unusually strong options. Big education section right here. I'm going to pop in that one link. The 20 short lessons. I think it's almost mandatory. Market holiday is Friday, Michael. Good Friday. So I think it's almost mandatory if you're brand new to Trade Ideas to take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay, to start off with. And this is what you'll see, you know, literally downloading at the channel bar. What is a top list? Building one, an alert window, creating one. All of the basic features, okay? Introduction to the AI, Holly as we call it. Okay, all of the basic features of Trade Ideas explained here. If you're not a subscriber, you can click on that link. And again, you can see what the basic features that we have to offer are. I just want to resize my room, or the information here. So more education on that link. Daily support session. So there is a YouTube room also that I monitor between 9 and 12. At 12 o'clock, one of the other traders takes over. Today should be Sean. Okay, so he'll take over between 12 and 1. And then I resume moderating it between 1 and 3. I will pop the link in because I do take a break around noon. I'll pop the link in before I take a break. Daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right now. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos right here. And back to basics. If you are brand new to trading, you've never traded at all, but you're thinking, well, how could I possibly get started? Well, you have a nice little video, 36-part videos. They're very, very short. Literally starting off with what is a stock. I mean, that's how basic as it gets, okay? Trading books that we created. They're all your ebooks, of course. So there is a lot of information from my homepage. What you can do is you can save the link to my homepage so you can take a look at everything later on. All right, now I do want to talk about, because again, there will be new people in the room wondering what exactly Trade Ideas does. So we are a scanner. That's what we are. We scan. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. Typically, well, no, I was going to say your broker, but you can use Trade Ideas anywhere in the world. Okay, there's no country restriction. So what do I mean by a scan? So you see right here, I've got something that's called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I right click, configure, summary. These are the filters that I'm using. And again, this is one that I'm sharing. And of course you can change the price range if you want. I'm just going to show you what I'm using. I'm looking at stocks between 1 and 20. Relative volume or current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum 400,000 shares, and I have some other filters. Okay, what those doesn't really matter. This is just the concept, though, how you can build your own scan using our filters, and then this is the alert. So if a stock makes a new high or a new low, meeting these filter requirements, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see these stocks here. CLDX met the filter requirements, and it kept making a new low after a new low. So what we did as a company, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we did this. We created a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts. When you see icons that look like that, those are all the alerts. And when I scroll down, when we see these icons, these are the filters. So we feel that we have created enough alerts and filters so that if you wanted to build your own scan, you could, without having to learn a programming language. Now, I am sharing a lot of scans. So if you wanted to start off just by looking at my scans, that's fine. We also have a toolbar here. From the toolbar, if you click on New and then Channel Bar, you notice we have a lot of theme-related layouts here. Again, these are all layouts that we have created for you. You can take a look at them. Now the AI. I want to talk a little bit about what the AI is all about, nicknamed Holly. So we have, I think, about 70 what we call baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine for those baseline strategies. That's what happened Friday afternoon once the market closed. Out of all those strategies, the 70 odd, these are the strategies that made the cut. Now, I wouldn't worry myself about, or yourself, about what strategies made the cut or from what segment. To me, make it simple. From the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, you have You know, you don't have to get in right at the penny of any one of these, but there is a real-time entry and you have a stop and manage the trades as you see fit. Okay, I mean, sometimes these stocks will set up different times during the day also. For instance, you know, if CLDX, what if it had a little run? You know, what if it popped up here, paused, and started moving down? That could be another area to short it. Okay, so it's up to you. I use it like a watch list. So there are no videos on how to use the AI. My only recommendation really is to have this window up and running. Wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Okay, nothing will trigger in the pre-market. You can take this window also and incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. Now I want to talk about this window that you see here. I don't really have a profit target like that, new guy. I don't really think like that. So I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see right here. It's called Brokerage Plus, only available if you're using our app, not available on the web-based version. So I want to pop this video in and explain why I'm doing that. Okay, I just popped this video in that's called B Plus Connections. Okay, now the only one we connect with is Interactive Brokers. So what do I mean by that? So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can then use this window right here to trade your Interactive Brokers account. So why would you want to be able to do that? Okay, looking at Credit Suisse, this just popped into the options place. So why would you want to be able to do that? Well, you can do things like this. Let's just say you looked at HGEN and you thought, yes, I really want to trade this one. You go back, trade. Notice I've got these buying and shorting options that I can select from. How you create your own, you have to watch that video. So this is what we call one-click trading. So you just pick how you want to trade, and that's it. Okay, so again, you have to watch that video. It'll show you how you can create your own buying and shorting options. Once you're in a trade, you'll see it appear right here. If you want to get out of a trade, you just flatten it, or you could use the sell button, but you know, these are hotkeys. Or you can get out of half your trade, or you could double your trade. Okay, so you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Now, the other huge reason to have this window, using it, is if you're brand new to trading. You notice under here we have Brokerage Plus, and one says live. That's if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to start trading your account. And we have the other one here says sim. SIM, sim, for simulation or paper trading. Can't emphasize this enough. If you're new to trading, don't trade using your real money until you practice trading. Okay, we've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. So let's just take a look at how you can use this. So let's just say you did want to trade HGen, but you don't want to chase it up here. Maybe you wanted to take it on a pullback to this level here, 25.13. Okay? So this is how you can do that. You pick how many shares you want to do, trade. Let's just do a couple of hundred. I'm going to say, okay, 25, what did I say, 25.13. Okay, I'm going to put 25.13 in both, and I'm going to click on buy. And you will see a line will show up right on the chart. So if HGen comes back down to 25.13 on a pullback, it'll take the trade. Okay, that may not happen, but I'm just going to leave it in here just to show you how you can do something like that though, okay? You could have also done it in the reverse if you thought, well, you know what, I'd like to take that trade if it takes out that high right there, 28.28. Maybe that was a resistance area. You thought if it took that out, you'd like to be in that trade. So again, all you would do is you put those two prices in here. You would click the buy button, and then you would have seen a big blue line above the current price. So this is how you can use it. A lot of people like to maybe play stocks on a pullback. So that's why I like to demonstrate how you can do that. Now, listen, if you don't want to do it anymore, you just go to your orders, and you right click, and where it says cancel order to buy it, you just click that and it'll cancel it. So obviously you don't have to, if you don't want to do it anymore, you just do what I just did. Go to the order section and cancel it out. Okay, now let's take a trade though. Let's show you how you can take a trade, because now we're going to cover the concept of, the fact that as hard as it is to believe, not every trade that you get into is going to work. So you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for you. Now how you're going to select that, this is what we call a stop. This is where only practice is going to help you, because you're going to hear me talk about a stop, and then and I'm going to show you where a stop could be placed on a chart, and that is only going to come with some experience. So let's just try to take a trade. Just want to say one that might make sense. Okay, let's just take this. Would I do it? Maybe not, but I just want to show you, I just want to demonstrate how you can do something like this. So let's just take the CS trade. The spread is only a penny, okay? So I'm going to show you why I'm taking 500 shares. Again, this is just trying to make the math simple. I'm going to buy it at the market. And there it is. Okay, so there it is. I'm going to put my stop at 11.19. I'm going to show you why, which is actually not that bad. Right down there. Okay, I'm going to add the stop. Now, before you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. I'm going to put it at 11.19. Okay, which actually wouldn't be the worst thing. You see right there now on the chart, a red line shows up. So if I allow this trade to go down to 11.19, it'll take me out for a $100 loss. Now, why did I pick that 20 cent? Just to make the math easy, okay? But when you get used to looking at charts, you'll have an area on the chart where you think, okay, that looks like a good support area, so that if the stock went below that area, I should be out of the trade. So why did I pick 20 cents? Just to make the math easy. Because the other aspect of this is, okay, fine. If you start to understand where you're going to put a stop based on the chart, the other aspect is this, that you should risk only a certain amount that makes sense based on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. Let's just say, though, that your account can stand a $100, if the trade doesn't work for you, that the max you want to lose is going to be $100. So you notice here I have a 20 cent stop in at 11.39. My stop is at 11.19. That's 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. That's why I picked 500. If you multiply 500 times 20 cents, you get $100. Okay, so that's why, again, just trying to make the math easy. So there's the concept, okay? You get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade before you get into the trade, because that will share size you. Okay, you don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. Your trade size will vary. You know, you're basically looking at your entry price, the difference in your entry price and your stop, whatever that is, and you divide that into, again, let's say $100 of what you can risk. And that, so your share size will be different every trade. So the next step is this: obey your stop. I guarantee that when you get into trades, and this is why practice, that you'll start to second guess if the trade starts working against you. You'll start to second guess where you put your stop. You're thinking, well, maybe I don't have enough experience. I put my stop where I thought, you know, there should be some support, but maybe it was a little too tight. So let's start moving it down, because I can't believe this trade is not going to work for me. I've heard great things about this company, or, you know, whatever. And you get stubborn and you don't want to obey your stop. So you start moving it down. Okay, so now just moved it down to 1108. So now instead of that $100, if it starts to approach that 1108, I'll be out $155 instead of that manageable 100. But wait, there's more. You won't believe this one either. You won't obey this one. You keep moving it down, 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 because again, you're just stubborn. And so now that $100 maybe start turning into a $200, to a $300, to a $400 loss. Eventually, you get out and you start kicking yourself. Why did I not obey my original stop? So that is why, probably won't be able to put it in right where I want, but it's close enough, okay? Okay, it's close enough. So that's why you leave your stop in place. It takes all of the emotion out of trading. And you let yourself be stopped out, and that's it. You move on to the next one. Now, you don't have to wait to get stopped out either, okay? Like a lot of times, this to me, where my stops are always based on my absolute max that I want to lose on a trade. But if I get into a trade and it's not working well, I think, you know, let's say I got into a trade and, you know, the market was starting to move up and everything looked pretty good. All of a sudden the market starts getting slammed as well, and my stock is following the market. You know, I can get out ahead of my stop. Okay, that is what I call just my get out of town. I'm getting out. That's the most I want to lose. But I can always get out of a trade earlier if I find that, you know, it's just not working out the way I want it to. Okay? Well, these are hard stops. It's okay, sure. I mean, that's what I was talking about. You can put the hard stop in, and, you know, especially, you know, if I guarantee everybody starts out thinking, yeah, okay, I get the idea, I get the concept, you know, having a price I'm going to get out, how I should, you know, only risk a certain amount per trade. I get all that, but I'm telling you, using the simulator, it should be no problem, because, you know, it's not real money, obviously. But if you use the simulator like it's your real money and start following these money management techniques, if you will, you know, by the time you start to trade, once you start to trade, you know, it all changes. So mentally, I always say it like this: if you cannot make money paper trading using our simulator, I'll almost guarantee you will not be able to make money once you commit money to the market. If you can make money paper trading, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to make money, though, once you start trading, because, you know, it turns into a new ball game once you see your profit and loss with your real money going up and down, especially down. Okay, it turns it, and, you know, sometimes discipline flies out the window. So that's why, you know, obeying your stop is probably the most important thing. That, you know, I don't teach trading as such, but the most important thing I can tell you is to obey your stops, get out. You can always get back. Like, for instance, if you get into a trade because the setup looked really good, and, you know, that particular setup has worked in the past, you can always get back into the trade. You know, if you get stopped out, but maybe it comes back up to that area, you can always get back into the trade. You know, commissions are so cheap now, that's not an excuse to not get out of a trade. Yeah, so you're talking about the so-called guys seeking out your stops. Look, I mean, I don't believe it. I think though, look, if you're practicing, put the stop in and get used to obeying your stop. Okay, depending how many trades you're in at the same time, if you're only one or two trades, and you start developing the mental discipline to obey your stops, you don't have to, I suppose, put a hard stop in. But, when you're practicing, put the stop in. I mean, this is just in simulation mode. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, a hard stop is literally what we're talking about. Placing a stop and letting, like, sort of an auto stop, if you will. As opposed to, I suppose, what you could call it a mental. I mean, because I am not in very many trades at the same time, I if I can sort of manually take myself out because I'm watching. If I'm in a trade, I'm watching to see what's happening. I'm watching the market, sort of gauging things. But if I were a lot more active a trader, I think Real is way more active than I am. He might be in 5, 6, 7, 10, I don't know, at the same time. You cannot then try to manage your stops, unless you have hard stops, because there's too many things to look at. So you let the system take you out. But for me, I'm not in that. I'm not in so many trades at the same time. So I will. So let's say I were in 2 trades at the same time. I just have them thumbnailed, so I'm always completely aware. I'll also put price alerts, telling me when the stock is reaching certain levels. Meanwhile, CLDX, wow. So now it's below the 200-day moving average even, 1701-ish, and coming into the next level down here is, I mean, it still has room. The next level, if you look at CLDX, look left on the daily chart, the next lows are around 1616. So, I mean, it still has room to run down. So, this is a hard stop. I get out of the trade at 118. Sorry, 118, 1118. There's my stop right there. I obey it. Now, see, right now, the way I'm looking at it, I'm not liking the way it's trading. I'm just going to flatten the trade. Again, this was just to demonstrate how you can do it. Okay, so I just flatten the trade out for a $35 loss in the simulator. All right, guys. Let me see. Just trying to follow some our email discussion, internal email discussion. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, now I maybe can start looking at some of things from Real Scan. Haven't had a chance to really look at it. So what are the markets doing? So, well, okay, Nas is starting to pick up. Sorry, the Dow is down at 120 now, so, or 20, 113, 23 on the SPY. Tech is down 100, so yeah, so the indices are down. No disconnect here. They're all down. Yeah, well, U.S. Steel. I'm just looking here. Interesting, though. Interesting, guys. Look at XME. Remember how strong it was at the beginning? XME? And look at this now. It's actually gone negative. The ETF for the metal and mining. Look at CLDX. So again, there's as a watch list. So just because the AI got out at 1760 did not mean you had to. Okay? You know, a target got hit. Who cares about a target? Right? Seriously. I mean, why in the world, if you had the AI, you know, I see what happened here, a little bit of an upturn. Maybe it takes some off, but I mean, there's no reason to get out of the entire trade, you know, because look what's happened afterwards. So that's why I'm saying, you know, there's not one way to use the AI. Yeah, that's how I consider a hard stop also real, but as opposed to a mental stop. Okay, so the so-called controversy is that the market makers seek out your stops, hit your stop, and then move it back up. That's the you know that is sort of rampant. You know what people think. I have really no idea. I think it's a bit of a myth, but I know somebody's going to say, "Oh no, I've seen it happen all the time." So, you know, you place your stop down here, they seek you out, they take you out, just you, anybody else, and then they move it right back up. All right, guys. Boy, this CLDX just getting absolutely crushed here. 80% response rate. I guess that wasn't good enough. Okay, let's take a look at what is else happening on my watch list right now. TH 249, 263. Actually, wow, that's pretty good actually. If you're able to follow this, 249 on the alert, and what did it get up to? 274. I mean, it's great percentage moves. Bottom line is, have a stop. Whether it's a hard stop, a soft stop, a mental stop, bottom line, have a stop. Okay? All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:54. EDAP, let me see what happened with EDAP. EDAP got halted on the way up, and now it's kind of just hanging in this area. It did resume. See if it had March 30th post-market, so it has earnings tomorrow after the market closes. Let me make sure that they didn't announce earlier. It doesn't look like they announced earlier, but maybe there are some who think that their earnings are going to be good. I don't know. I don't see any other reason for the pop. Yeah, so if you're talking about the Nomura, it's a big float. 3 billion in the float. It's going to take a bunch to move this. I know it's an AI alert, but it'll take a bunch to move this. Just because, now granted, it is trading 36 times normal. Now this is all tied up with that hedge fund that got, I guess, liquidated. Not that they're not liquidated. I'm not trying to. It's a huge Japanese financial, but they must have had positions. Yeah, well, you could have had your pick either from, oops, you could have had your pick, both the same price, $22.95 for the H-Gen. And then following Real's fib calculations, well, surfing is something that I don't, unless you just literally want to surf all day long, it's an option, okay? Surfing is just, there's a toggle on and off. Okay, so if you choose to surf, you can. It's just looking at, it's just taking the top three symbols as you have them sorted in all your top list windows. Okay, that's all it's doing. So this is how I've sorted this on the position in the day's range. I could have sorted it on the position. Remember now, top list windows can be sorted on various columns. So if I put this on surfing, it'll, like all the top list windows that I have, let's just do it, see what, so it just hit this one, XLP. It'll go to SLV next. Okay, see how it went to SLV? When I say look, it's changing on the charts. Now it's done with these three. It'll go to another top list window once it's done. Okay, and it is now done. It goes to another one. And it'll just keep cycling through all of your top list windows, the top three. When I say it'll load the charts, and then it'll keep doing that until you tell it to stop. Stopping can be either here, or clicking on a symbol, or you can have it pause. If you go to a chart while it's surfing, and you want to take a look at the chart for a long time, a longer time than I think the default is about 8 seconds or 5 seconds per chart. But if you go to the chart, it'll pause the surfing, and then when you back off the chart, it'll resume. Oh, that's the reason. It doesn't go through alert windows, no. All right, guys. What did I say about the Mogo? That was one of my right in the price range that I love. And that's from the AI. AI is having a great day. I mean, look well, that's a long one, of course, but the shorts, and there's Mogo. I mean, these are great little percentage moves. So the AI is having a wonderful day. I mean, especially the CLDX. I mean, man, 1960 down to 16. There's a 17%, and it's continuing down. Now it'll also go through your price alerts if you have MK. If you have your price alerts window, it'll also take a look at the top three in your price alerts. But it's really designed, maybe to just kick back. You've got some top list windows if you have them up and running. Then you just kind of kick back, let the charts load automatically, and if you see something, whoa, I want to trade that, then you go to the chart and maybe you want to trade it. So it's kind of an interesting way just to let the system cycle through charts for you. So this also had earnings. I didn't realize that. Okay, this also is a no. I wonder if these guys had earnings also. It doesn't look like they did. Look like we had it March 11th, but I'm also looking at my trading view chart, and there's a big E today, so I don't know. I don't know what to say. Yeah, so the new high, the filtered is just not giving you as many. In other words, if you just look at the new high and not the filtered version, that'll literally trigger even, you know, like literally penny by penny by penny. The filtered, just look at the definition, okay? All you have to do, if you're wondering about anything, you know, you look at this and it says filtered, okay? Click on it and click on help. It'll give you the definition, okay? Well, there's no question that CLDX, I mean, is just the absolute great one from the AI today. I mean, there's no end in sight. I mean, I said, what did I say down here? 16 might hold it. Doesn't look like it. Underneath 1594 now. Hey, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So the CS, yeah, kind of all over the place. And, you know, as I said earlier with the CS, I mean, look where it's stalled. I mean, I bet you it's almost right to the penny. $1.77, what's the high right there? $1.78, the high right there, $1.77. So remember what I was saying about the SEAC. Just because we get an alert in here, even though it's my favorite scan, but you have to, you know, each alert has to be looked at on its own. So when you look at the SEAC, the alert price was $1.71. Immediately check these higher time frames. And what did I see? I saw a lot of potential resistance about 6 cents away, 6, 7 cents away, and so far that is held. Crushed. CLDX is just getting absolutely crushed. Well, let's look here now. 1588. Is that right there? Boy, I mean, it's even taking out these lows right there. That's 1593. And HGen just made another new high. So I had your pick of bios, guys. HGen up 104%, and the CLDX down 33%. I would say, you know, the CLDX was easier only because, I mean, little bit of areas where it stalled, but no big, not a lot of whippiness. Whereas the HGen, you know, a little bit more whippy, a little more up and down action. The CLDX has just been, man. I mean, look at this. I mean, even on a 2-minute chart, virtually no whippiness. I don't. Uh, I guess I don't trade preferred stocks at all, so I have no opinion. Okay. Somebody asked me, "What do I think of preferred stocks?" I just, I just don't trade them, so I have no opinion really. I don't trade. It's not. I don't look at them and go, "Well, I won't trade them." I just don't really come across them. Guys, Mogo is turning into a nice one also. I mean, Mogo, boy, this could go negative. There you go. I guess that's why I don't look at preferred stocks. Yeah, what's a short from the AI? Mogo is a short. See, right here. Short. 889, trigger, 851 now, 4%. All right, guys, let's see. I'm just going to, again, always following our internal support discussions. Yeah, I mean, I use it as somebody asked, do I use AI for my trades? I don't use it. I don't take every alert. Some alerts for me make more sense. I like the ones under $20. But yes, certainly not exclusively though. All right, guys, time is at 11:11. Good symmetry there. So I don't know what you mean by what's its name. What do you mean by that? It looks like this. If you can see my screen, this is what it looks like. You have the alerts coming in. Okay. So I still don't understand what you mean. I mean, its nickname is Holly, but it's so I don't understand what you mean when you say energies. This is a part of our premium service. This window. If you're a premium subscriber, you load this, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You have a stop. You have an entry price. If you don't have to get in right at the penny, but you just and then you manage the trades. Oh no, 11:11. That's just the time, Eastern time. That's all. I'm just saying it's. I was just out loud saying that was the time because I take a break in about 45 minutes. All right, guys. Wow, the CLDX just continues, no stopping. Look at that 15-minute chart. You want to print something out with it as a trend? Print out this 15-minute chart for CLDX. I mean, hardly any pause whatsoever. Just constantly down. Well, a few years. I've been trading for a few years. All right, guys. Man, oh man. What's the market doing? So the Dow is now, yeah, Tech Dow and SPY. So everything is negative. No disconnect. You know, the disconnect I'm talking about, for a while there, we had either the Dow was down, or usually the Dow was up, and tech was just getting hammered. But now everything is down. However, let's not forget Friday afternoon. It looked pretty bleak, but look at the move it did on Friday afternoon. What a rally. Yeah, this would be tough market to swing in, I think. Now we've got, everything is moving down. Not everything, but I mean the Dow and so you can't even go, okay, I'll go old school stocks when the Dow was basically moving higher when the techs were getting beaten up, but now everything is kind of moving down a little bit. So yeah, wow, man, Recon has done very well. From my alert here, 782, 859. Now it pulled back, definitely pulled back. But see, this is what I'm saying. It's a watch list, guys. Okay, you don't get people get very hung up on. Well, I didn't get it at 782, therefore I guess it's over. Well, look what happened. Here was the alert. That blue arrow is telling you the candle in which the alert happened. So after that, yes, it got up to 832. Fantastic. Pulled all the way back, and then it gave you a second opportunity to get into it, an even better one. Because look what it did, from that 832 all the way up to 870. I mean, this is just a great, almost a dollar move. So use this like a watch list. Fleur was short-lived. I mean, pretty good, 22.89. Got up to 23.31. But like a lot of these construction company stocks, I mean, they just got hammered down. Arcon did not. I shouldn't say that. This is oil and gas. Sorry. And this one, of course, 22.95. It had some whip in it. But 22.95, getting as high as 29.34. TH, I don't think probably moved very much. Boy, it's got some potential though. This is let's see. Tomorrow has earnings after hours. The high right there is 250 something. Boy, this has got some potential if depending on what happens tomorrow with earnings. Yeah, typically utilities, if you look at the spider sector list, yeah, the flight to so-called dividend yielding stocks, so utilities, so there are only two positive sectors, and that's utilities, and I bet you this is just mildly positive. Yeah, XLP mildly positive. Everything else is down today. Every sector is down. Of the major ones. All right, guys, give me a moment here. What time is it right now? 11:18. Be back in about 5 minutes. So I'm just going to get that announcement in. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Guys, I'm back. Yeah, I don't RGB. I don't know. This is mainly a stock trading room, but there might be some in here trade futures. But this is mainly a stock trading room. Yeah, real. If there's one hedge fund blow up, maybe there were others following suit. And exactly right with the CS and also Nomura. The bloom seems to be completely off now is that TCAT. I mean, it's still incredibly whippy. It got up to what, $41 down to 35. Fun while it lasted. I'm not saying it's all over, but fun while it lasted these days right here. Oh, this Mogo is turning out to be a nice little trade. Also, guys, Mogo got down to 840. I've taken some off now. I mean, this is. I was wondering if it went mildly negative. Maybe it'll bounce off that close of Friday now, but man, oh man. So again, some great alerts from the AI percentage-wise. Boy, look at this one. Just got, I mean, there were no shorts available, unfortunately, for the CYAN. I mean, this is really giving it up. I mean, look what it hit, 629 down to $4. And, I mean, would it surprise anybody if this went negative? I mean, it's still up 28%, but 4.5 million in the float. So it's basically traded double the float, more than double the float. Bitcoin is a tough trade. Look at Mara. I mean, Bitcoin is a tough trade. I think GBTC. What is GBTC doing? Yeah, I mean, a nice little run, and now starting to move back down. I don't know what the price is, but You know, they're very tough intraday trade, in my opinion. You know, the Mara and the riots, very tough intraday trades. Interesting level for this one, this CS. So it's above the pre-market highs or low, yeah, highs now. CS trying to recover a little bit, but it's a huge. You know what? I don't understand why we don't have a float. Let me just do a quick check. It's got to be. It's got to be several billion. Yeah, 2.4 billion. That's why I shy away from it. You know, I don't even try to figure out, you know, the merits and the riots. I mean, early on, when Mara was, you know, in the 3 to 5 range, you know, there was more discernible patterns. But right now, I just find it, you know, it's just chopping up and down. So look at VIPS. Remember, I was saying earlier, can it hold? What was the 2482? 2482 is the 200-day moving average, but it was the low of Thursday, took that out like nothing, continuing down VIPS. Yeah, if you want to go, I mean, take a look at the SPY. I mean, going long right now, probably. I mean, the SPY's not moving down now, so at least it's somewhat neutral. Now, I don't think you have to go long. I don't think you have to have the market screaming higher for you, but you don't want it to be moving down, especially stocks that typically follow what the market's doing. Yeah, it's tough coming up with a trade of the week these days. You know, I think, you know, especially trying to go long, trying to predict. All right, guys. Look at Zedkin. I mean, this is kind of maybe just over 11. It's trying to come back over 11. Very choppy, though. Again, when I say choppy, take a look at a 15-minute chart for Zedkin, ZKIN. Look at this big topping tail. Look at these bottoming tails, topping tails. I mean, what does this mean? I mean, at one point, here the buyers had it up here, the sellers closed it here. Then the sellers knocked it all the way down here. Buyers closed it here. Look at this one. This 15-minute candle, up, down. Look at this one. Buyers had it all the way up here. Sellers knocked it down. So really difficult. So consequently, I just don't. I don't bother. I mean, it's a mild interest because, of course, it's in that NFT sector. I guess it had some news this morning. All right, guys. Sorry, just again, we got a lot of internal discussions going on. Just kind of following that. Not getting too many new alerts. Boy, the Archon. I mean, 782 all the way up to 905 before now it is starting to pull back somewhat. No more shorts now. The shorts are being, for me, Interactive Brokers. Shorts are starting to be snapped up at Interactive Brokers. It's not shortable right now. For me, at Interactive Brokers, and I'm talking about the HGEN. So listen, guys. I mean, if you're finding it hard to find things to trade, just don't trade. Don't try to manufacture a trade out of boredom. Boy, here's another one just getting beaten up. Kala, Kala. Look at the room underneath here. I mean, what is the weekly right there? Is 607. There's the low looking left on that weekly candle. Takes that 6 out. Look out below. Is this shortable? It is shortable for me, but it's also down 13%, so it might be difficult to get where you want it because of the uptick rule. The next low looking left on the monthly chart is 504. So it has about $1 to the low on that monthly chart. It's true Bally though, isn't it? Especially, I mean, I've never really been like that. I don't have to be in a trade all the time, all day long. But I know there's, some out there that just, they got all antsy. They're not in a trade. They got to find one. All right, so Sean is going to be looking after the YouTube feed. Today, that'll start at right around noon Eastern time. I'll pop the link in before I take my break. That will be Sean. So Sean is definitely more of an options trader. Not that, as you know, we don't scan for options as such, but I know there are a lot of you in the room who probably trade options. We do have some option filters, but you can ask him any questions. But I mean, he is more of an options trader. So here are the options filters that we do have: the put call ratio, option volume. That one right there is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This, of course, is the option volume today. Here they're broken down into put volume and call volume. And then this is the key one, option volume today %. So for instance, in my option scanner, again, I'm not scanning for options. I trade the underlying stock, but this is what I'm looking at. So, 2,000 contracts minimum, and then it has to, so for a stock, let's just say the stock has to trade at least then 300% of that, or 3 times that. So if a stock has averaged, say, 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, it has to trade 6,000 contracts. So it's showing me unusual option activity. Some say that helps them trade the option, and if it does, great. So interestingly, even though CLDX is, getting absolutely kicked today, it doesn't trade very many options. It's not a big option player. I mean, only 1,400 contracts today. That's 2.5 times normal. So it would not show up in this one. And on the downside, because number one, it's not 2,000 contracts, and number two, it's not 300% of normal. All right, that got me out of the MOGO. So I'm all out of the MOGO. There's a little bit of a pop for it right now. Okay, so a word about the AI right here. So if you were a trader and you got into that short of MOGO at 889, look where the AI got out at 889. Okay, just got out of the trade. well, I'm going to say it. I'm going to exaggerate, but in a million years, as a trader, you should never let something like that happen, right? I mean, 889. What did it get down to? 842. That's a great percentage move. So you can't let it come right back up to where you shorted it. Okay, that's why I'm saying, we don't recommend at all auto trading the AI. Manage the exits certainly on your own. Think like a trader. You'd never let that happen. At least you shouldn't. And if you do let that happen, you better find something else to do because that's just not the way to trade. Give me a moment here. I just want to see something. Okay. Okay, guys, so there has been I asked them to add the compare count. You notice I've got this compare count window up here. So I asked them to add the compare count now to the list of, well, I guess you call this, I don't know if it's a scam, but the compare count is now in here, something that I'm sharing. And I also changed the layout to incorporate this. So the layout now will have the compare count in it. Well, I mean, it's X-Men. I mean, that's a tough one because you don't know where it's going to. I mean, if you just have to be really watching. Okay, I mean, you can try to put a stop in underneath, but I mean, you have to be really watching. There's no guarantee. It could gap down. It could start trading way below your stop. So you won't be taken. You won't be stopped out. You won't be taken out at the price you want. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, so there's no answer to that. Where I mean, you can put it sufficiently below, and just in case the disaster happens, you get stopped. It depends. It depends if it's getting halted on the way up or on the way down. If it's halted on the way up, it shouldn't be a major issue. All right, guys. So I'm not getting too many new alerts. One of the reasons is because most of my alerts are new highs of the day, so it'll take a bit for stocks to make new highs after that. After this sort of mark, well, this is not the market, but the SPY sell-off, it's starting to rally a little bit. Boy, this EDAP is just sitting here. EDAP just kind of basing nicely here. See if it takes a pop one way or the other. I mean, either the drop down below 9 or start, I mean, what did it get up to? 976 was the high. Sure, they must have had some. Okay, so I guess the rumor is named new long pick. I don't know this guy at all. Louis Navalier. I don't know him at all. Or if he's in the States, maybe it's Louis Navalier. I don't know. I don't know where he's from. Is that right? Never heard of him. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's sorry. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. Sorry, Jason. Yes, you're right. I put myself on mute for a minute there. So I'm just waiting for Sean to show up in the YouTube room. And what time is it right now? 11:59. He should be there momentarily, and then I'll take my break. So let me get that announcement in. All right, I see you, Sean. Well, let's keep. Hopefully, the wind doesn't knock you out. So I'll stop my streaming now. Okay. All right, I see you, Sean. Well, let's keep. Hopefully, the wind doesn't knock you out. So I'll stop my streaming now. Okay.
Right on, Barry. Thanks for the handoff, and you are correct. As Barry mentioned, there's an epic windstorm happening outside my windows, so if you hear some weird noises, that's probably what that is.
Right on, Barry.
And also, when the wind gets this way, sometimes, where I live in this small mountain community in Colorado, sometimes the power and or the internet will flicker. And if that's the case while we're live streaming, then we might get cut off mid-session. Hopefully that won't happen. I don't believe it's happened so far today, so fingers crossed. We're doing good. Windy in Maine. Oh, I guess it's windy everywhere. It's that time of the year, right? March. Good news is it's really warm outside, so take the good with the bad, I guess. Anyway, everybody, thanks for being here. This is the live Q&A session for the next hour. I'll be your host. I'm here to answer your questions about the software. So, especially if you're new here, this is really geared towards the newbies, primarily, I think. If you need help building top lists or an alert window, understanding what the different features of the platform are, what the outputs are, what the inputs are, how to interpret the data, things like that. Any question at all, I will do my best to answer that question for you. My standard disclaimer I say at the top of every one of these Q&As is, I don't know everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. And the things that I don't know, I could certainly point you in the right direction to get that question answered. So just to reiterate, this is a live Q&A session. So for the next hour, I have no prepared content. This will be driven by your questions. I see that there's over 70 of you logged in here on the trading room. So don't all hit me at once, but sure, if you got questions, throw them in here and we will tackle them. In the meantime, while I wait for some questions to come in, one of the things I like to do at the beginning of these sessions is I like to update my swing trades. You'll notice in my Brokerage Plus window that you see right here, I have a number of positions on. These are swing trades. For those of you who don't know what a swing trade is, that basically means it's positions I'm holding overnight, holding for several days or several weeks if I'm lucky. Now, a couple weeks ago, you would have noticed this position blotter page was full. I had 20, 35 positions on. But the market action has been pretty choppy, as many of you know, over the last couple of weeks. So a lot of my long swing trades have been stopped out. But every one of these trades is a long trade. You can see the green L here in the left column. And what I want to point out to you guys is one of the great features with Trade Ideas, if you're using Brokerage Plus to trade, I know not all of you are, but if you are, or if you're interested in playing around in the simulator, which is what I'm doing, this is the simulate, it says right here at the top, connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. It works exactly like the live trading, but I'm using the simulated to demonstrate it for everybody. And if you have open positions on, it's super easy to adjust your stop loss orders if you have a working stop loss. Now, I just clicked on this ADP. This is my biggest winning open position right now. And I got a daily chart up here and a 5-minute intraday chart. You'll notice on my daily chart, you can see this red line showing me where my current stop loss order is. It's right at 179.56. And you can see here that if my stop loss were to get hit, I would walk away with a $110 profit. Okay, I'm currently sitting in $394 of open profits shown right here in my position blotter. But on my screen, if my stop gets hit, you will see I'll walk away with approximately 110. Now, check this out. If I want to adjust my stop loss order, and if you're someone like me who's a visual trader like me, you'll love this. All you simply do is just grab this line and drag it. Look at this. I could drag it anywhere on my chart. Oops. I could drag it anywhere I want, and you'll see my P&L will adjust determined based on where I'll get out. I'm going to drag my stop loss order up to here. I like this support here from last week. And now my working stop loss order is at 182.53, and this is the profit I'll walk away with approximately if my stop gets hit. Pretty simple, right? I love this feature. If you're a swing trader and you're using Brokerage Plus, this is an unbelievably easy feature to use. I'm going to drag this stuff. So I'm just going to go through all my open positions that I have right now, and I'm just going to adjust my stops. Notice I'm always adjusting my stops in the direction of the move. I never adjust my stops down. That's a bad practice. But I'm just putting them up to levels below, just below obvious levels of support. I tend to do this once a week. I tend to do this on Mondays during my Q&A session. Otherwise, I let these positions breathe a little bit. So let's drag this one up. I've been in this one for a little while. No, I haven't actually got to do it a week ago, but still we'll drag this up there a little bit. Just below obvious levels of support. Super. Yeah, let's move this one up too. I like that consolidation there over the last 2 weeks. All right, so I've adjusted my stops. Everything's good. Now I can go about my business. Okay, why did that stop? There it goes. Okay. So if anybody has any questions on that, throw them in here. But hope that was pretty simple. Now I'm happy to go on a riff if you're interested where I get these swing trading ideas. I actually get all these swing trading ideas from the Holly AI. Those of you who have premium subscriptions to Trade Ideas, you have access to Holly. There's 3 Holly channels found in your channel bar. Right, here's your channel bar. These are your 3 Holly channels right up here near the top. And as you probably know, Holly as currently constructed, if I bring up a Holly channel here, you'll see that all these trades that happen, these are all day trades. So she's not in, at least in the Holly Grail channel, she's not in any positions right now. This is where you'd find any open positions. She's already done 3 trades today and already closed all 3 of them. You can see them right here. She was in NMR, HSIC, and WBT. So all these trades, as Holly is currently constructed, are day trades. She will not hold any position overnight. That's not a bug. That's a feature. Now, be that as it may, I love to use Holly as kind of my bullpen to help me find great swing trades. Because here's the thing about these trades that Holly got into. Holly got into these trades for a reason. And the reason is she found a catalyst that has the potential to move a stock. Now, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. That catalyst, like I said, has the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks, if I'm lucky, right? Like that catalyst could be something like a stock crossing a significant moving average, stock seeing an explosion of volume, stock hitting a key support level. There's hundreds of reasons why Holly would get into a trade, but whatever that reason, that's an edge, all right? And anyone who's been in this business for any length of time knows that if you have an edge, even if it only skews the edge in your favor 51 to 49, that's an edge you want to execute against as often as possible, because over time, the more you execute against the edge, the more likely you are to realize that edge. Straight statistics here, folks. So that's why I use Holly to get into trades. So I look at all the trades that Holly does each day, and towards the end of the day, I'll pick and choose of the trades that she got into. I'll pick and choose which ones look good from a swing trading perspective. I'm looking for stocks in long-term uptrends, and I will buy them. All right, so I see a question came in here. How would you determine a swing exit for new issues? Well, I don't know. I would look for a key level of support. This stock here has only been trading for, appears to be 3 days. Very least, I would I wouldn't want to let it break its all-time low, but considering it's trading at $20 now, that's quite a distance. I don't know. If I was in that trade right now, and this is just my opinion, okay? If I was in that trade right now, I probably wouldn't let it break yesterday's low or Friday's low. So what's the low here? The low here was 1350. I mean, it depends on where you got in as well. I mean, there's so much to determine here, but I don't know. Just look for an obvious level of support. Either Friday's low or today's low would be my exits on this thing. Small sample size there, though, Razak. Only 3 trading days, so good luck. I hope you're trading it small. You guys seen this relatively new channel we got here, this Buzz Social Sentiment? This is a channel now that's pulling, we kind of updated the old social channel we had where we were just pulling in data from StockTwits. Now we're pulling in data from a number of sources, StockTwits, Twitter, Reddit, basically all the stocks that are being actively talked about in the various social medias. This is where you'll find those stocks, at least find the ones that are most active and most tradable as determined by the algorithm. Cool little channel to hang out on if you like this kind of thing, if you like trading the names everybody's talking about. Maybe you like to fade the names, right? If everybody's excited about a stock that's ripping higher, maybe you like to step in and short those names. Whatever your cup of tea, man, but there's action here, that's for sure. I like this channel. So, kind of quiet on the questions front here, everybody. This is going to be a long, boring session if we don't get some questions coming in. Excuse me as I take a sip of coffee. So is the S&P going to build upon that massive ramp they had at the end of the day on Friday? This is a 30-minute chart up here. So this shows you the past 5 trading days. I mean, on Friday, this doesn't really do it justice, but this green candle at the end of the day, Friday, whoo, that caught a lot of people off guard if you were on the wrong side of that. Ouch. But I'm curious to know, will we build on that? Yeah, indeed. Boring day in the SPY. Unless you're a premium seller in options like I am, or at least I am right now. I'm not a blanket premium seller, but I am short premium at the moment. So boring is good. Stay boring. All right, everybody. Not having much to talk about today. You guys had a long weekend? Busy weekend, huh? Did you overdo it this weekend? If you did, that's okay. I won't hold it against you. We got a long weekend coming up. I didn't know that. I'm always the last person to know about market holidays. I don't know why, but in case you didn't know, this was news to me recently. We have Friday off this week. Market's closed on Friday. I guess it's Good Friday. Is that what it is? I don't know. I'm not religious, so I guess it's Good Friday, or is it Easter Sunday? I don't know. All I do know is that the market is closed on Friday, so woo-wee, long weekend. I've already got plans. I'm going to go on a big, epic hike up in Rocky Mountain National Park. I live in Colorado, for those of you who don't know, just outside of Boulder. And I'm heading up for an epic hike up in the Rocky Mountain National Park on Friday morning. So super excited about that. Jason. Yeah, this chat room is like a stock chart. It could pop at any time, and you are right. You are right. Any minute now, we might get hit with 17 questions all at once, and that's fine. We'll get through them all, hopefully. Yeah, Brett, I was actually up there yesterday in Rocky Mountain National Park. I didn't hike. I just kind of went a drive through with my family, and yeah, still a lot of snow up there. It's still winter up there, which is the opposite of down here. I mean, we're having a bunch of 70-degree days this week. It's going to be quite lovely, but might be 70 degrees here, but a short 30-minute drive from my house up the mountains, and it's definitely the dead of winter up there. It's great. It is great. What's my opinion on selling covered calls that provide less than 10 cents a strike for your long-term holds that are underperforming? So you're telling, Paul, are you saying you want to sell out of the money calls for 10 cents? Doesn't sound very exciting to me. Doesn't feel like that's a lot of juice for the effort. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Razak, if you are new to trading, well, welcome. And yes, as you get more into the trading world, you will start seeing everything in your life in terms of trading. You will start analyzing risks the way a trader analyzes risks. You'll start assigning percent chance of probability to random things like getting hit by a car while riding your bike across the street. You'll start to think in probabilities a lot more, too much to the annoyance of your friends and families. Friends and families don't like rational thinkers, but that's what we traders tend to become. So Paul, okay, I did understand you right. So selling out of the money calls for 10 cents, I don't know. I don't like it, but that's just me. I don't do a lot of covered calls, by the way, but if I were to do them, I would want to at least bring in 1% of the value of the stock. So let's say, let's say I'm looking at stock XYZ, it's trading at $100, right? And I'm looking at the April expiration, which is what, 3 weeks expiration? I'd probably look at a April call strike where I could get $1 for them. Because $1 is 1% of my portfolio, or 1% of my position. And so if the stock goes nowhere or goes down, well, I improved my cost basis by 1%. That helps. And if the stock goes up, and if I'm willing to let the stock get taken away from me, well, I'll keep that 1% and I'll sell the stock at that higher price. So I might net a 2 or 3% gain altogether. I mean, I'm just spitballing here, but I don't know. I don't like selling out of the money calls for 10 cents. It's just it's not worth it in my opinion. Now you might feel differently, and if that works for you, Paul, keep doing it. Right? Who am I to shame you? If it's working for you, don't stop. Sometimes we traders, we get in our own heads too much, and we overthink things. And something I learned a long time ago, I've been trading for 23 years. One thing I learned long ago, I'm still not great at it, but when I'm doing something that's working, just let it work. Don't stop. Let it keep going. If it's a winning position, let it go. If it's a winning strategy, keep working it. Don't change it. Don't tweak it. On the flip side, if something's not working, if a stock's losing money, a strategy's losing money, then stop and reevaluate. It's real basic. Yeah, Razak, I feel you on the NFT thing. I can't make I don't know much about it. I have to be honest. I mean, I'm aware of it, but I don't know much about the whole process. I mean, I can trade the securities. That's great, but I can't wrap my head around why we need an NFT. I like to keep my life simple. An NFT seems like the opposite of simple to me. Right on, Paul. Keep doing it, buddy. Keep doing it. It's working. Don't listen to me. Keep doing it. So anybody have any questions about the software? Anybody having trouble building their own layout? Anybody have questions about Holly? Anybody have questions about Brokerage Plus or any of our layouts? I'm happy to help as best I can. Don't be shy. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. All right. Razak, for the data bundle for auto trading, if you're using Brokerage Plus and you intend to live trade through Interactive Brokers, Interactive Brokers requires you to have a live data subscription. Now, the data subscription that's required, I believe, costs $10 a month. You don't need anything fancy. You just need basically level 1 quotes. So, last priced, bid ask, that kind of thing. And you'll need the basic exchanges, right? The New York, the NASDAQ, the Amex. Beyond that, I don't know, Razak. I don't use it myself, to be completely honest. I'm primarily an options trader, so I do that these days. But I do know that the data plan from Interactive Brokers is, I believe it's $10 a month. And you'll need live data. When in doubt, make sure you're paying for live data. And you can always come to our live chat. If you come to trade-ideas.com during business hours, we have a live chat feature in there. You can get one of our technicians online and they can walk you through the setup. Or you can email us, info@trade-ideas.com. That's always the best place to get any kind of complicated questions answered. If you can't get them answered here in these live Q&As. You can expect responses. You know, if it's during business hours, you can expect a response pretty quickly. If it's outside of regular business hours, it might take 24 hours to get back to you, but we will get back to you. Got a lot of people on the support team watching those tickets, so nothing gets ignored. Hi, Brett. We're not a news platform, so I don't expect any awesome news alerting tools for you to come. We recently added a news stream here in our single stock window. It's obviously not. You're not going to get alerts. You're not going to anything like that, and it might not be the best thing. But we're not a news alerting platform. There are other platforms like Benzinga, as you mentioned, who do a far better job because that is their bread and butter. We are a scanning, alerting, and AI tool. That's our strength. That's what we focus on. And to be perfectly honest with you, we're pretty bearish on news. Well, I shouldn't say we. I shouldn't generally say. Some of the guys here at the team are like the news, but generally speaking, the philosophy we've always had at Trade Ideas, and Trade Ideas has been around since 2003, and we only just added this news stream this year. This is very, very new. And since 2003, we never had a news stream. Why? Well, the reality is price and volume action always lead the news. I don't care what anybody tells you. Volume and price action lead the news. If a headline hits the tape and the stock doesn't move, then the headline doesn't matter. Who cares what it is? All we care about is price action as traders. Only price pays. And volume and price will tell us that there's news that we need to act upon. By the time you read a headline and or read the news to process what's going on, the move has already happened. You've missed it. So hey, look, that's my opinion. You could disagree. That's cool. But I don't expect the news feature on Trade Ideas to go much further beyond than where it is right now. It's just not a focus for us. And like I said, there are other outfits out there, especially Benzinga, who do a much better job at it because that's what they do. As traders, our job is to put all our energy into the things that we do best. If I'm a swing trader, I should just focus on swing trading only. If I'm an options trader, I should only focus on options trading. If I only buy dips, if I make all my money buying dips, that's all I should do, right? So Trade Ideas likes to stay in our lane. Hi, James. Yes, all the trades that I currently have in my Brokerage Plus window here that you see, these are all swing trades. And every one of these names was a name that Holly traded, and that's what caught my attention. So I'll show you guys here. I've got a custom channel here in my channel bar. It's a channel that I built. It's called the AI Swings channel. And basically what I do is I got a little window down here that shows all of the long trades that Holly has done so far today. I'm only interested in the long trades. As a swing trader, I only like to trade from the long side. That's a personal preference. I have nothing against short trading, but I just feel more comfortable with long trades. And so towards the end of every trading day, usually in the last hour is when I'll do this. The reason being is by the time we get to the last hour, Holly is pretty much in all the trades she's going to be in for the day. She rarely will get into new trades in the last hour. Sometimes she will, but very rarely. So in the last hour, I'll pretty much have a list of all the stocks that she got into long today. And I'll just start cycling through the charts. You'll notice I got 4 charts across the top here. It's all the same stock, just showing different time frames. On the left, it's a monthly time frame, weekly, daily, 5 minutes. So basically what I'm looking at is I'm looking at these first 2 charts, the monthly and weekly. I'm looking for a stock that's in a long-term uptrend. As a swing trader looking to get long, I want the wind in my sails. I don't want to be fighting I don't want to be swimming upstream on a stock that's in a protracted downtrend. So a stock like this, I don't like this monthly chart. The weekly chart looks okay. It looks like it might want to break out, but on the monthly chart, I don't like it. So this is not a stock I will trade. Let's go next to this ticker. This one is interesting. It looks like it had quite a move about 3 years ago. This might be post-IPO, not too sure. But you know, over the last 3 years, I mean, this is pretty good. It's upper end of the range. The weekly chart looks pretty good. This is one I would consider putting a swing trade on. And WBT, I would not do this one. I don't like that chart. And you know, guys, these are just opinions, right? These are just my gut feel. I just want to be in stocks that are uptrending. But James, that's where I get the ideas. I get them from Holly. And if I like the chart, I'll put a swing trade on. And the reason being is, and I don't know if you heard me, you might not have heard me riff on this earlier. The reason I'm confident, I have a level of confidence in getting long stocks that Holly likes is because she has identified a catalyst. That's why she got in the trade in the first place. That catalyst could be something like stock printing an all-time high, stock crossing a significant moving average, stock I don't know, had some kind of Bollinger Band trigger. I mean, whatever. There's hundreds of reasons why Holly will get into a trade. And that catalyst has the potential to move the stock for several days or several weeks if I'm lucky. And look, traders know that if we have an edge, even if the edge is ever so slight, if the odds are in our favor 51-49, as a trader, we know that that's an edge that we want to execute against. So we want to execute against it as often as possible because the more we execute against it, the more likely we are to realize that edge. Now, I'd like to think that the edge is more than 51-49 in my favor when Holly's is getting into a trade, but I don't know. But I feel like it is. I've been using this as a good bullpen for finding swing trades, and it's been working for the last few years. Dale, I do not believe we can use hotkeys with Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus really is, I mean, yes, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to manually trade. You can hit the buy buttons. You can hit all these little buttons here to flatten your positions and whatnot. You can do that, and people do that, but really the main thrust of Brokerage Plus and why you would want to use Brokerage Plus for most people is to trade strategies, auto trade strategies. So whether you're auto trading your own strategies or auto trading the AI, that's really what it's for. And when you're auto trading, you don't really need hotkeys because the computer's doing it for you. All right, so I'm looking at the numbers here. It looks like we've had a number of people log in since we started at the top of the hour. This is the live Q&A session. I have another 30 minutes to hang out with you, and then I'll pass it back to Barry in the live trading room. But for those of you who missed my riff at the beginning, this is a live Q&A, so we're going to go wherever the questions take me. So if you're sitting on a question, come on in. Throw them in here and we'll tackle it. Hi, Sammy. Do you need to start Holly every day? Yes, you do. You need to come in your Brokerage Plus window every single day that you want to trade it. You got to go to your Holly AI tab and you got to turn them all on. You'll notice that all my strategies are off. I am not auto trading Holly, but if I wanted to, I would need to select them all, right click, enable 11 selected strategies. You will have to turn these on every day. Sammy, this is not a set and forget system. This is not something you turn on Monday and then sail off to Hawaii for 2 weeks, pay no attention to the market, and come back and count your money. That's not how this works. You'll need to be engaged with the platform every day. We strongly encourage everybody to stay engaged throughout the day if you're auto trading, whether it's Holly or auto trading your own strategies. We strongly encourage everybody to stay engaged with the platform because you never know what might happen. It might be a system failure. Maybe there's a problem in Interactive Brokers. Maybe there's a market crash. I mean, who knows? I don't know. It's the best practice to always stay engaged with the platform. I'm not saying like sit here and watch every tick, but at the very least, you want to be checking in once an hour. Make sure everything's kosher. You know what I mean? Megan, CLDX trading close to 200-day moving average. Does that concern you for a swing? Does that concern me? No, that doesn't concern me. I mean, what are you looking to swing? Short side or long side? Looks to me this stock could be a bounce candidate, but what do I know? So Sammy, you're saying, do I need to turn Holly on so that it can do its work behind the scenes? No, you don't need to do that. It all happens server side on our side. So for those of you who don't know, let me give you a quick little riff on how Holly works. Let me open up a Holly channel. So every day you'll notice if you're on one of the Holly channels, you'll notice that there are active strategies. And so in this case, I'm on the Holly 2.0. There's only 2 active strategies today, which is unusual. Usually there's more. But you got the Bond Shorty 2.0 and the Bull Trap. Okay? So within the AI, there's approximately 70-ish strategies that are currently within the AI. And every night when the market closes, and this all happens on server side, Sammy, not on your side, so you don't need to worry about your computer having to do any work. When the market is closed, the AI engine will run back tests on all 70 strategies. Or 75 strategies, I don't know what the exact number is, and determine how each strategy is performing over the last 3 months. And based on those back tests, the Holly AI engine will then go in and start to optimize each strategy. So it'll look at, let's say this bull trap strategy that I've highlighted. It'll go through the numbers and it'll look at the trades and it'll be like, okay, well, this strategy is doing pretty well, except it seems, I'm just using an example, but it seems that whenever it trades a stock under 20 bucks a share, it loses money. Okay, well, the AI will then apply a filter to filter out stocks under 20 bucks for that particular strategy, and then rerun the backtest to see how the numbers improve. And if it's an improvement, great. That's how the strategy will be going forward. And this process happens every night for every strategy. It's a process that if you and I were to do this by hand for all 75-ish strategies, it would take us 2 weeks. But the AI does it every night, all by itself. And all that's done behind the scenes, all that's done server side, Sammy, so you don't need to worry about that. All you need to do is make sure if you want to trade Holly AI each day, you'll need to turn the AI on in your Brokerage Plus window. You got to go here, Brokerage Plus, you got to go to the Holly AI tab, and you'll have to turn them on. Now, for those of you who are new to Holly or new to auto trading, you don't have to auto trade Holly. In fact, the majority of our traders who use Holly, they still manually trade it. They might not even use Brokerage Plus. They might, they might trade through Lightspeed or through Fidelity or Robinhood or whoever they have their brokerage account. They'll manually do the trades over there, and they do them in their own ways. Everybody uses Holly in different ways. Not everybody auto trades Holly. Now, we have a growing subsegment of our customers who are auto trading. It's growing every week, but the vast majority are still manually trading. So don't be concerned if you're hearing about Holly here for the first time or hearing about auto trading for the first time. You don't have to do it that way. And by the way, you can only auto trade with live money with an Interactive Brokers account. So if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, then you're not going to be able to auto trade anyway. We hope to bring on more brokers, and it's a work in progress, a long work in progress. But right now, Interactive Brokers is your only option. James. So James asks, in premium, will I be able to view all of Holly's trades? Like they recap on Monday's webinar, even if I do not utilize Brokerage Plus. If you have a premium subscription, yes, you can see all of Holly's trades. And the best way to do that is, you could go into each individual channel, but the best way really is just to go to Omni AI. The Omni AI channel is just one channel that buckets all of the trades all in one place. So you can see here this AI strategy trades window. Let me minimize my Brokerage Plus window here. So this right here shows you all the trades across all 3 Holly channels all in one place. And you'll be able to see that. And let's say you missed a day, James. Let's say you log in this morning, but you never saw the trades she did yesterday and you want to see yesterday's trades. You can do that. You can go back in history. In a strategy trades window like this, all you simply do is right click and go to history. And I could do previous trading day, or I could even go back, pick my time frame. I can go back to, let's say, March 9th. And I can look at what the trades were on March 9th. There you go. These were all the trades she did on March 9th. I just randomly picked a day. Okay? So that's available to you. And if I want to go back to today, real time, I just go to history and real time, and then I go back to today's trades. But the Omni AI channel is really the great place to go to see all the trades in one place. And as long as you have a premium subscription, James, and for the rest of you, you'll be able to see these trades. You're welcome, James. Good question. So we've got about 20 minutes left here, folks. And just a little public service announcement, a little PSA. If you're a first timer here, we do these live Q&As every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And we have a different host every day. I typically do Mondays. Steve Gomez typically does Tuesdays. Michael Noss is the host on Wednesdays. Jamie Hodge is typically Thursdays. And on Fridays, it's usually Andy. Now, sometimes we mix in Chris Varley. He helps out. And sometimes guys are on vacation or they're traveling or whatever, so we mix it up. But generally, that's the thing. And we have a different person every day, and we all of us have been trading for a number of years. We all have a lot of different experience levels and different opinions and different skill sets. And we all use trade ideas in different ways. So there's value in coming back. If you got the time, if you got the bandwidth, and you're bored, come hang out with us every day at noon Eastern. Even if you don't have questions of your own, there's always a chance that somebody else will ask something about a feature that you didn't know we had, or you didn't know you could use it in that way. And boom, then it was worth your time. All right, well, looks like SPY is poking its nose up back towards highs of the day. It's a bull market, you know. Are we going to build on Friday's epic afternoon rally? Looks like we might. Nobody's scared of all the margin liquidations out there by the big hedge funds. Unless you're trading Viacom. Oh my goodness. This, what's that ticker? VIAC? I mean, whoa. What a week last week in that stock. Unbelievable. This one and Discovery. Wow. TME was a big mover last week. IQ was a big mover last week. I mean, woo! A lot of rumors out there about hedge funds being into some forced liquidations. That always makes things interesting. Always makes things interesting. I think Baba was another one. Yeah, not as big a move. Hi, Johnny. Dropped in late here. Can you show from start to finish with a ticker when you're using Holly Auto Trader? Is there a minimum you set for each ticker? Johnny, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Are you asking, is there a minimum I'm willing to risk per trade? Can I set that? The answer is yes. Brett, you can reach me at info@trade-ideas.com. Just, call me out. It'll get directed to me. No worries. Okay, so if you're using Holly and you're auto trading and you want to set your level of risk, the way you do that is, let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. This is a good question, by the way, Johnny. Thanks for bringing this up. So you do this. In your Brokerage Plus window, you go to the Holly AI tab. And unfortunately, you have to do this separately for the long strategies and the short strategies. I don't know why. I don't know why this is not just the same for everything. So you'll have to do it twice, but let's just do the long. So I'm going to select all these long strategies, right? I've selected them all. I right-click, and I choose Edit Long Trading. Now you'll notice there's also an Edit Short. So again, you'll have to do this twice. But I'm going to go to Edit Long Trading Instructions. I'm going to click there. And here is where you set your position sizing. See where it says position sizing? You have three options here. Fixed shares, fixed dollars, based on stop loss. Now the fixed dollars, basically what this means is I could set the number, let's say 5,000, or that's 50,000, 5,000. What that means is if Holly takes a trade, it's going to buy however many shares $5,000 will buy me. Whether that's 10 shares, 50 shares, 100 shares, doesn't matter. It's gonna be determined by the price of the stock. But you will invest no more than $5,000 per trade. And it'll be right around $5,000, okay? The next option is fixed shares. This one's pretty self-explanatory. If you want to do fixed shares of like 200 shares per trade or 500 shares per trade, you can do that. I wouldn't recommend it because look, a 500 share trade in this HGEN that I have on my ticker right now, or my chart right now, a 500 share trade in HGEN looks a lot different than a 500 share trade in Amazon. a multi-$1,000 stock, right? So I don't like fixed shares. It's there because I know there's a lot of old schoolers that like to do that, but I don't recommend it. The one I recommend is the based on stop loss. So I could set my number here. I've got it set now that if I were to get into this trade, my position is going to be sized such that if my stop loss gets hit, I'm going to lose approximately $200 of my trading capital. Okay? This way, every Holly trade that I put on has the same risk parameter, meaning every trade I'm risking $200. If my stop loss gets hit, I lose $200, give or take. I mean, it doesn't factor in slippage, right? But give or take, I'm going to lose $200. That way, I know that it doesn't matter what stock I'm in, doesn't matter how volatile the stock is. If I'm in 20 stocks, then all 20 of them I'm only risking $200 per stock. All right. So that's how you set it. Who was that? Johnny that asked that question? Johnny, that's how you set it. Let me know if you need any more elaboration there. Wiseme12, probably butchered that name. Is it possible to auto trade a strategy that I build? If yes, how? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So here in the Brokerage Plus window, you'll notice next to the Holly AI tab, I got a Strategies tab. So I click here. Ignore these top two, discretionary long, discretionary short. I think these are like default for everybody. I don't even know what they do, to be completely honest with you. But these are two strategies I've created, and I've got them right here. And so I've built those strategies, and if I want to auto trade them, I just simply right click on it and oh, there it is, strategy disabled. I would just click this to enable, and now you'll see my strategy is on. It says right here, so it says strategy on, but I don't want it on, so I'm gonna turn it off. Click to not enable. So if you want to bring a strategy into here, which I believe is what you're asking, you'll need to do a couple things. First of all, strategy starts with an alert window, okay? We use the terms alert window and strategy interchangeably, all right? So let's do this. Let's create a basic alert window from scratch. Let's just go over here. Actually, no, even better. I already have an alert. No. Sorry. Let's cover the basics here. Let's build an alert window that's buying intraday breakouts. So I'm going to start from scratch. I'm just going to create a new high alert. I'm just going to go through this really quickly. I'm leaving this qualifier box empty, so this means I'm going to get alerted anytime a stock makes a new intraday high. We'll just add a couple basic filters here. Price. I don't want any stocks under $10 a share. And I'll tie it unused. And then I'll add a volume filter. You guys, you don't have to do this, but this is just something I usually do. What is average daily volume? There we go. Add that filter. Set a minimum volume of, 500,000. All right, so I just created a basic strategy. This is going to buy any stock that's above $10 a share that has an average daily volume of 500,000 shares a day. It's going to buy any stock that prints a new all-time or a new intraday high. Now, I don't recommend you auto trade a strategy like this. There's going to be a lot of trades, but I'm just going through this in a hurry. I'm just setting a strategy. We'll call this Sean's intraday breakouts. Okay, I'll hit OK. So here's you can see this alert window. It's firing off, right? I mean, there's a lot of trades happening here. So again, this is not something you actually want to auto trade, but let's assume this is a strategy you like. Now, once I've saved this, I've created the strategy, I've launched it, I need to save it to my cloud. Okay, so I'm going to right click, save or share to cloud. There it is. It's called Sean's Intraday Breakouts. I'm going to hit save, and now it's in my cloud. That's an important first step. Once I've saved that strategy into the cloud, then I come to my Brokerage Plus window, I go to the Strategies tab, then I right click anywhere in this window, and I choose Load from Cloud. And I'll find it right there. The thing I most recently saved right there at the top, Sean's Intraday Breakouts. I highlight it, I hit Load, and I want to hit Add to Existing. Never hit Replace All Existing. I wish they would get rid of this stupid button. No one will ever use that. If I were to use that, it's going to remove all the strategies I have now and then just put in the one. I don't know why anybody would want that. So choose Add to Existing, and there you go. Now my strategy is here in my bucket, my strategies bucket. It's ready to go. Well, actually, it's not ready to go yet. Before you auto trade that, before you turn it on, you're going to want to right click and edit trading strategy, because you're going to want to set your risk parameters. In the risk management, you can set your stop loss, how it's determined, your position sizing, all that. Once you got all these things set up the way you want them, then you just right click and click to enable right there, and that will turn the strategy on. I know I went through that quick. Yezimi? Why Sammy? Why Sammy 12? I know I went through that quick, but if you have any more questions, let me know. I'm happy to dig in. Miguel, I don't even know how to answer that question. What would you consider the most aggressive investment strategy with a $1 million cash account, not a margin account, and 100% risk tolerance? Meaning you're willing to risk all of it? You're willing to risk $1 million, 100% of it? Yeah, I'm not even going to answer that question. That's not for me to answer for you, my friend. That's between you and your bankruptcy attorney. James asking, what position sizing is being used on my channel bar? So right here, this is, I'll show you the way I can set these risk parameters. If I go up to the TI menu bar, if I go to tools and go to options and AI trade size, you will see I've got it set to $100. I have a risk-based stop loss. I'm risking $100 per trade, or at least that's what these numbers are calculated off of. So if I had done every Holly trade today risking $100, then these are the P&Ls I'd have in the various channels. Nice day for Holly today. And yes, all stop losses are determined by the individual strategies, James. Each strategy has their own stop losses in Holly. Each strategy has their own stop loss parameters. But rest assured that every strategy, every trade does have a stop loss. Because the worst sin we could commit as traders is to take a large loss. Guys, the math doesn't work on whatever time frame you're on. If you're on a day trade time frame, a swing trade time frame, a long-term investing time frame, if you take large losses, the math doesn't work. I'm sorry to tell you, you just can't take large losses. You could take small losses and small wins all day long, all week long, and that's okay, and they'll wash out. But as long as you don't have any big losses, then when you hit the occasional big win, that's where you'll make all your money. Doesn't matter what time frame you're on. It's just simple math. All right, Yazimi, I'm glad I got your answer. Awesome. James, just to follow up on your stop loss question, every strategy has a different parameter for the stop loss. Some stop losses are based on percentage. Some stop losses are based on just a fixed, 25 cents away or $1 away. There's a variety of things, so there's no one answer there, James. Again, every strategy is different. Okay, folks, we're hitting into the home stretch here. Got about 7 minutes left with you. Well, Miguel, what I consider high risk, I don't want to lose more than 20% of my portfolio. I think that's a tough loss to come back from. But it sounds to me like you have a much higher risk tolerance than me. So Godspeed, my friend. So folks, I'm going to issue the last call for questions. I got 6 minutes left with you guys. So if you're sitting on something that you want to discuss on the platform, hit me up now. Ooh, did you hear that? The wind is howling outside of my window right now. It's causing my windows to whisper. Or whistle, I should say. Okay, James, will I be able to set the stop loss limit on the screen? Not sure I understand the question. So are you saying you have a position on? Let's say, so I'll click on a ticker. I may already have my stop losses on. If you have a position on and you want to add a stop loss order, there's a couple of ways you can do it. The best way really is just to highlight the ticker right here in your blotter and right click on it and choose add stop order. Mine's grayed out because I already have a stop loss order working, but if I didn't, I can add the stop order there. Okay? I don't know if you could do it on the chart. No, you can't do it via the chart. You'll have to do it through your trade blotter. But yeah, just right click on any symbol and choose add stop order. But if you want to see all of your stop orders, I mean, they'll show up on your chart. That's the best place to see them. But you could also see them in your orders tab. You can see here's all my stop loss orders right here. They're all sells. And my price, my stop price is right here in this column. So the orders tab is where you can see all your working orders in one place if you want. Okay, so James, if you want to follow trades, you want to know where Holly has her stop. Good question. So let me go bring up a Holly channel again. The way you can see where Holly has her stop set is just click on any one of these tickers that she's in. Well, actually, let's go to one where there's an open trade. I'm going to the Holly 2.0 channel. We've got an open trade right here in this GSX. It's a short trade. Now let me look at my 5-minute chart here. I'm going to blow this up. I'm going to expand it so you guys can see a little better. You'll notice on the chart, you can see where the stop loss, again, this is a short trade, so we want the stock to go down, right? The blue line, horizontal line, is where we entered. That's our entry price. The red line up here, that's the stop. That's where the stop loss is at 40.14. So you can visualize it right there in your chart. That's where you can see the stop loss levels for all Holly trades. Barry, if you're listening to me on the YouTube channel, we're about to pass it back to you pretty soon. Just be on standby, my friend. All right, James, glad I was able to answer that for you. Awesome. All right, so Barry's locked and loaded and ready to take the reins back. But I'll hang out for any last minute questions here. Johnny, does Holly Auto Trade only work with accounts above the pattern day trade rule? Yes. And because every trade that Holly does is a day trade. Holly, as currently constructed, is a day trader. Now, you can use Holly to inform smart swing trades, which is what I do. But if you're going to auto trade Holly, the way it's built in the system, it is a day trader. So you will need to have above $25,000 in your account. That's not our rule. Your friendly neighborhood government officials have decided that that is what's best for you. So suck it up, as they like to say. We all agree that it's stupid, but that's the rule. So yeah, it is a day trader. You'll need to be satisfying the pattern day trade rule. Okay, last question is from Josh. He wants to see the stats for Holly. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you'll be able to see all the trades that Holly has done, and you can go back in time. Okay, so you can go
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just took myself on mute. I wasn't sure if Sean was. So you guys can hear me now, right? In YouTube, you guys can hear me now, right? Yes, no, yes, no. You should be able to hear me now. Okay. So guys, I'm sure Sean has been answering your questions, but when we get the question, and if he hasn't, if he has not answered that question, I mean, we don't control how much money you need to trade the AI. The AI is, it's how many trades you take. If you're going to auto trade, that's a different situation, but we don't, I'm sure Sean has said, we don't recommend auto trading it. So it's going to depend on how many trades you take. But so we don't say, well, you need this amount to trade the AI. It could be different every single day. So hopefully I'm sure he must have answered that. I saw the questions. I just wasn't sure if he was still in the room answering that. So, the question was, does Holly auto trade only work with accounts above the PDT rule? Well, here's what's going to happen. If you're part of the PDT, then it'll just stop trading. Okay, your broker won't execute any more trades. It's nothing to do with the AI so much. It's just your broker is telling you, hey, that's it for you. Look at this guy. So now it's $2 under. So I was explaining, for those of you on YouTube who were listening to Sean, I was explaining how the HGen, if you were around early enough, I had put a conditional buy order for HGen right here at 26.13. This is when it was up here, okay? You can see, and it executed it. It took the trade, 25.13, and from there it actually popped up. I exited the trade. This is in the simulator. I exited the trade for $148. I had 200 shares, $148 gain. The max I could have made was $170. But this is the distance from the exit price. I would encourage you to add these two columns, the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. All you have to do is just right click on a column header and then go to columns, click on columns, and it's in alphabetical order. Because what this is telling me is that from where I exited HGen, it's $1.80 underneath, below, which is great. Okay, it's great. Yeah, I don't know, Asiri, it's the goal, but I think it's just difficult. I think it's just difficult. They've been trying to work on that for a long time. But, my pat answer to that is, any AI alert that you get, if it is traded well and it closes, reasonably well, maybe near the high of the day, and you look left on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, and there's still room for that stock to move, then you can make your own determination whether or not you want to swing it. Okay, you shouldn't need a machine to tell you. That's my feeling on it. To come up with an actual swing, I don't know. I know it's been talked about for a while, but I don't know. Like literally, getting into and saying, okay, we've optimized it for a 2-day hold. I just, it might happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. But again, swing trading, day trading, it's how you feel. It's what you're emotionally equipped to do. Me, I'd rather intraday trade. I just don't like holding stuff most of the times overnight. That's just me. But, if I see something that has traded very well, closed near the high of the day, not near the 200-day moving average, not going to release earnings to, the next day, and if it's got room, well, then it does become a swing candidate, even for me. Yeah, I just find it, in this environment, you got to be pretty selective. I don't know what I would use as a swing candidate right now. All right, guys. Fly just showed. But this is a buyout, okay? This is a buyout. I would kind of forget about it. I know it just showed up in the options plays, but it is a buyout, and I think the buyout is 17. Here's my notes. 1705. So I would forget about it, even though it's showing up right here. But the buyout is at $17.05. So I mean, could it move above that? Yes, I guess it could, but I don't think the odds are in our favor. What is a buyout? Means that some other company, either a public company or a private company, has offered, I don't know if this is a hostile buyout, but the two companies have got together and said, yes, you can buy us out for a certain price. Sometimes they're hostile. In other words, a company is rolling along and somebody makes a hostile bid for them. And that company may not want to sell. But a lot of times, the companies have been talking, and when that gets announced, usually they're both in agreement about a price that a company will be bought at. So that's actually quite a nice bounce now for CLDX. That's a great bounce. I mean, 1540 or so, 1520, now back up to 17. Again, I just wonder if that was just a tremendous overreaction. I mean, I don't know enough about their drug, but it looked like 80%. I don't know if that was 80% efficacy or that is referring to another number. I really don't know. 80% response rate. I don't know if that meant 80% cure rate. I really don't know. Somebody might have a better take on that than I do. All I know is this. The market said, we don't like it. That's all you have to know. The market said, we don't like it, but it's starting to bounce. Just give me a moment here, guys. Just checking a couple of emails. Well, I wish you luck on the SEAC. Let me see where it is. Yeah, I mean, I've said before, I mean, it's had a nice move from the bottom here. This is the level it's going to try to get through, though. I mean, it got there to the penny in one of these days and a penny under on the other day. So it's really got to take this out before it's going to move. And if it does that, you still have a little issue over here at 2. That's why I wasn't really that enamored with it. But you did have news. I always love these press releases. A multi-million-dollar with a large unannounced or unnamed broadband server or service company. You always have to wonder, is the larger company embarrassed to be associated with them? I always wonder about that. And then you think, well, if they're embarrassed, then why did they do the deal? Okay. Joey Bag of Donuts. You're not Joey Chestnut, are you? Welcome to the room. All right, guys. You know what? I am now. This KNSA. The good thing about it now is that the spread is finally has tightened up. Well, let's see if this moves down. KNSA, the spread finally tightened up a bit. We do know, yes, as we talked about earlier, JB, about the evergreen. Well, guys, it's CHPT. I mentioned this one in the pre-market. It did finally take out yesterday's high. Yesterday being Friday. Not yesterday. So Friday's high. 2166. It's over that. Next high looking left is 2259. So it has a little bit of room to run still. This is an IPO from this week. Hasn't done very well. But maybe trying to rally a little bit today. All right, guys, I'm just waiting on some new alerts. Make sure, yeah, my sound icon is not turned off. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Remember this one, Lending Club, at the beginning of the day, this was just getting hammered. 1692, wow. I mean, 1692 down to 1464. Pop back up. Might even go positive. It's only 18 cents under Friday's close. Boy, haven't had any new alerts for a while. Even the ticker is stalling. Okay, so this one is VIPS is moving down again. Boy, this looks just so terrible. Look at this. I mean, it got down right down to the 200-day moving average on Friday, and that held. It bounced. Looked like today it was going to recover somewhat, but not at all. All right, guys, I was mentioning HGen earlier. And definitely the sellers have control right now. It'd be interesting. I mean, that'd be still a pretty big drop. Be interesting to see if these lows of the day hold for HGen. Ah, there's some short covering too at IB. When I last looked, there were 3,000 shares available to short. Now there are 25,000. So some are starting to short cover or starting to cover. Well, you just see how many. I mean, this is just. Well, I don't know where there. I can't tell you the price. All I can tell you is that when I looked a little while ago, there were 3,000 shares available to short. Now there are 25,000. So there is short covering. I can't. It doesn't tell me the exact price. It's just telling me people are starting to cover the shorts at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, always within IB Interactive Brokers. Yes. I shouldn't say always. I mean, it's just I'm just looking at. If you have IB, you know what I'm talking about. You just look underneath the order entry, the symbol. It says shortable. You hover over it. It'll tell you how many shorts are available. If there are if there are any available. So keep an eye on this SCR. I mean, if it fails to take out these highs right there on 2663, this could turn into another short. I know that came from Real Scan, and if you were able to get it, it was a little bit spready. Still is a little spready, 15-cent spread. But if this stalls again right up there, I mean, it's got that 15-cent spread won't be horrible if it dropped $1. Of course, we don't know if it's going to drop $1. Look at that. Bang, bang. 2-minute chart, big collapse. And as Zach, I noticed he did publish or post that information about Morgan Stanley. Yeah, I mean, there's a guy who doesn't believe in stops. Zach, well, Zach can't hear me, but obviously you can't let something go from 60 to 35. You've got to have a stop. Yeah, but it was getting bigger. That's what I was saying. It was getting bigger, Torps. When I looked, there were 3,000 shares available. When I looked the next time, there were 25,000. So they were getting bigger. Yeah. Yeah, you only live once, but hopefully you don't want to you don't want to have that life experience. You want the reverse. That's right. You might only trade once. See, that's the problem with being seduced by news and what you read and what going on these forums. Not us, but going on forums and getting these wild speculations out there, and you just cannot believe it if it turns against you. Remember Playboy last week? PLBY, man, oh man, just got chopped here. This was they were going to this seemed like a company maybe ripe for the NFT craze, but not acting well today. PLBY. Well, guys, SCAC is making a move, a little bit of a move. It is now just above that area right there. What was the high? That was 178 and 177. So it's just above. When did this happen? That happened in January of this year. So it's above those highs now. May have a shot to get to the 2 level now. SCAC. They did have some news. Again, that's the multi-million-dollar deal with a unnamed broadband company. Yeah, guys, listen, this is starting to look pretty good now. SEAC, I'm not in it. If it got over, what price is that? That's a 202. So the next high looking left would be 226. If it can get through all that, I mean, then you're looking at 270-ish. I'm not saying it's going to do that. Yeah, maybe burn. Maybe. How do we really know, right? I mean, it's definitely entertainment. Exactly. Well, guys, I am not getting any alerts. What can I say? Hardly anything now. Good time to ask me questions if you have any questions. All right. Maybe I'll go over this, what you're seeing here, this compare count window. So right now, what's happening? It's like taking two competing strategies, same filter, kind of the same filters, and you're looking for longs on one side and shorts on the other. Okay. So that's basically what a compare count window does. So it's what it's doing right here. You know, movers to the upside greater than, there are other filters in place with greater than 300,000 shares volume versus the movers to the downside greater than 300,000 shares of volume. Now, there are other filters in place. Of course, there's a price range, there's a minimum number volume, there's up or down a certain percent. But what this is looking at, okay, as we speak, of all the alerts, even though this is all red right now, 55%, the ones that are moving to the upside are 55% versus 45%. I'm going to clear this. You can start right from, like right now at 130 and just sort of get a gauge of the market at 130 on. Somebody else, that wasn't you. Somebody else was doing, no, that wasn't you. Somebody else was doing that. Auto trading halts. Actually, it wasn't auto trading halts. It was auto trading IPOs. That's right. On the, right on the entry. I do remember the stack long. Yep. Still have that somewhere, I think. Haven't used it forever, though. Yeah, I think for fun, I haven't looked at it for years. Let's see if I still even have it. I gotta change my account just a second. Yeah, here we go. The stack long inside day, the stack short inside day. Wow, it brings back memories. Yeah, this is what you're talking about right here. Yeah, I haven't looked at that for a long time. You know what? Maybe this weekend I'll take a look and see what sort of alerts we get. Just a number, Ori, just a number. Now, guys, look, SEAC is starting to move pretty nicely now. Look at the volume. Goodness, look at the volume today. 273 times normal. So 28 million share float, traded 221,000 on that news. I think this would have been ripping even more if we hadn't had this earlier. I think a lot of traders will look at that and wonder if it could get through. Plus, it's a little bit close to that $2 mark. But no question. I mean, look at the volume. Talking about the SEAC. Yeah, that is an understatement, yes. More shares are being covered. Shorts are being covered now for HGEN. Now they're at Interactive Brokers. I'm sure it's with a lot of brokers. Even though it's continuing to move down. 40,000 now available. Last time I looked, there were 25,000 available. So there was some more short covering. Well, if you could deal with the spread, this turned out to be a very nice short KNSA. What is the market doing? So the Dow is still up. SPY is now up a little bit. Tech is still down just a little bit though. Tech is coming back. Let's take a look at the Qs. Qs are on the rise here. All right, so lots of action with RKT, of course, RKT. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, keep an eye on this SCR if you're into shorting, because I mean, if this gives up 26, it's got some room down to the 25.65, but this could really start to come down, make it come down. If it takes out that 26, and that's the SCOR. You and Ori are competing, Zach. But Zach can't hear me. I'm getting these releases in here. So this is maybe a reason for the H-Gen weakness. Oh, that's a great break on the 2-minute chart for CLDX. Look at that consolidation, 1711, and then the pop on volume. If you want the definition of consolidation, take a look at this on the 2-minute, even the 5-minute. and then volume. So the volume pop, doesn't absolutely mean it's going to keep going. But without volume, you can almost guarantee it will not keep going. I do recall, yes, that you posted that. Well, this is just getting beaten up now. HGEN, just really getting beaten up. Again, will this hold? It's it's about $20, 1991 or so. So about $2 away. Now, what are you seeing here? I don't see too much here. ACIU. I mean, you're talking about a maybe a potential pop. This Swiss company, so I look at this daily. It's pretty ugly. No, I think it's pretty ugly. This daily. Well, not ugly. I mean, it's just consolidating. All right, guys, I'm sticking an alert right around here. 2603 for SCOR. I want to see if it takes out 26. Takes out 26. This could spell a bit of a drop. Guys, I got to keep checking to make sure my sound alerts have not been turned off. All right, guys, SCR. Pop down and pop right back up. That's a tough spread again. 2602, 2620. Bit of a tough spread. Whoa, OMAB just popped up and came right back down. OMAB. Pop up, pop down. All right, guys. Again, I'm hardly any new alerts coming in. You know, it sounds like a broken record, but that's just the way it is. Well, look at this OMAM. I mean, it just popped up. I don't know. Mexican airport operator in advanced talks to being acquired. Okay, so that is at $54 a share. So that is the reason that popped up just like that. Yeah. So it's our news is okay for news in the pre-market, but intraday, I would say that certainly don't rely on that. You know, I have my Interactive Brokers news, and it seems to be pretty good. You know, I mean, it's not like a free. Well, it's not like one of those services that you pay $100, $150 for, but it seems to get the news pretty quickly. So I keep pointing this out, guys. Look at that, minus $4.02. So from where I exited the HGen, it has dropped $4. So that's what you call a great exit. Yeah, Hershey. I know Hershey. You're talking Hershey, yeah. No, it's not HST. It's no way. No. Starts with an H. I can't remember. Somebody will know. HSY. There you go. HSY. There's your Hershey symbol. Thank you, Ori. Man, $160. Yeah, well, that's a good point. Easter, yeah. A lot of chocolate sales at Easter for sure. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, I mean, for the HGen, yeah, I mean, that news, if that's correct, I mean, this is just causing this thing. As I said, this might easily, I don't think it's going to go negative. I mean, it would have to get all the way down to 14, but anything is possible in this market. This reaction has been just to, it's gone from what, 29 to 21 now. Well, if you could got the shorts for this OMAB, I'm not sure. I mean, it would have been difficult. I mean, I'm not. A lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. It's just where, But what an awesome short for OMAB. High of 53, right down to 49. Come on. All right, well, Scorer is actually starting to bounce now instead of a move down below. So, and SCAC, yeah, I mean, I guess if you had had the patience and bought it at 171, didn't listen to me, about this area right there, now you're at 191, not terrible in terms of a percentage increase. Looks a lot better on a monthly chart. When you look at this monthly chart, look at the room it's got. SEAC. Whew, well, guys, this is getting a little boring. No alerts. Maybe I can see something in here. The ticker CODX. Let's see. What is chances that this could keep moving down? 807 is the 807 and 820 are the next lows looking left for Codex. Not Kodak, but CODX. Just, look at this multi-day move, almost cut in half. I mean, a high of 15. We're at 861 right now. CODX. TCBI. Oof, yeah. Now, will this little support area hold at 59.72-ish? So you're on the 60 mark. Yeah, remember these regional banks were just ripping 3 weeks ago. Look at this. You could see many, many regional banks that look like this. But now the banking sector is now coming under pressure for sure. And see what is happening with Box. Yeah, I mean, it did trigger briefly this morning. And this is the trade of the week. The trigger was 23.56. You didn't have to take it right there, but it did trigger. I'm sorry, that's at 8 o'clock, but this is market hours at 9:30 when the market opened. It did actually trigger, pulled right back. I don't know, guys. I mean, I look at this. I think it's going to take a bit to get through all this. You know, it's going to need a catalyst of some sort. And unless the market picks up, unless, you know, cloud-based sharing, etc., as a sector really picks up, I don't know about this. Okay, guys, I will be right back. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. All right, guys, I'm back. Yes, DBI. Remember DBI this morning was looking like it was going to really rip higher here. For a while it did. Went up from 16 all the way up to 18, but it's been sliding ever since. A little pull up here. 16, will it hold 16? The next low looking left, that was last wow. I mean, it's actually had a interesting week last week. It got as low as 12 something. I think with a lot of the retailers just got hit. So I think it was a low around 13 last week. And that's DBI. Takes that out. Takes that 16 out. I mean, it could, this could really start to fall again. How's Macy's doing? Ugly. Well, guys, really, the only thing I'm kind of looking at is this score, SCR, to see if it really collapses underneath 26, to see if it gives me a short opportunity. Other than that, really not eyeballing anything. I'm having very, very few new alerts. The only alert I'm getting is CYAN, and I can't short it. Can't short it because there are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but other than that, I don't see too much on the scans that I have, of course. Sure, why not, Zach? The movers? Which one, James? You talking about the? Are you talking about what you see here? Where are you talking? And my answer is going to be yes. Everything is available. If you're oh, yes. Okay, it is available. Yes. The moving higher with unusually strong options. Yes. All you have to do, I'll just put the link in, okay? My homepage link. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong link. It's an opportunity anyway, I suppose. I'll just go over my homepage. So I just popped it in there, James. So when you click on my homepage link, and this is for everybody else too, you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Okay, so I've got 4 sections, and that section that you're talking about, James, the scans, click here, and then there it is, moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? This is my layout. It's a new layout, new in that it has everything. And what I did was I got rid of the similar stock and I put in the compare count. The compare count is down here. If you don't want my entire layout, here are all of the scans that I'm sharing. So you may have a layout of your own that you like, but you might want to take a look or add some of these. So my recommendation is that you save my link, and then you can take a look at all this, later on. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It triggered, but look, I'd be a little reluctant to pile into it right now. Let's see how it trades. I've already done stock of the day. Yes, thank you, Rudy. You did change that, so I've already done my little video. The scans I've gone over, a lot of education links are right here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. If you're new to Trade Ideas, this should be mandatory, absolutely mandatory that you take these lessons, okay? It's all text-based, and it just covers all of the basic features. What is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, etc. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also take a look at this and you'll see some of the basic features that we have to offer. And again, in that education section, the daily support, 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. And daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos. If you're brand new to trading, back to basics. Well, what is a stock? Okay. Introduction to charts, candlesticks, support, resistance, all covered here. These are very short little videos created in-house by Michael. Okay, so I think it's if you're brand new to trading, I think you watch these videos. And we have some trading books that we created. Okay, so lots of information from my homepage. Also, I want to pop this promo code in. So if you go to my homepage and you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'll explain that, the Mac versus PC. Sure, I'll explain that in a minute. So there is the promo code to use, okay? Easter Bunny, all in capital letters. And so don't use this promo. Don't use Barry for Alpha. Use Easter Bunny. You'll get 20% off the first month only, or the entire year. Yeah, if you want to upgrade to premium, James, we'll honor that 20%, yes. You just have to contact Kelly. I'm just going to give you somebody to contact, Kelly at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and when you contact her, tell her what you want to do and give her your email address so she can look up your account. Yeah, I don't use, the web-based version is a little bit different, but let me just bring up the web-based version. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, okay? I just have to load the web-based version. Okay, so here it is. So, yeah, you'll go to Tools and then Load from Cloud, okay? So it's the same, in that, so when you click on my homepage link, you're in the room right here, you click on my homepage link, and let's say you wanted one of my scans. So let's say you want the moving higher with unusually strong options. So you click on it right underneath, you click on it, and here's the link right there, so highlight it, and then copy it. Control C, copy it. Okay. And then Tools, Load from Cloud. And there's where you put it. Control V it in, paste it in, and then you can load it. Okay, so there it is. So did you get that, or did I go too quickly? The difference is, yeah, you don't have file. Loading from the cloud is from the tools as opposed to file load from cloud. Yeah, let me know if it worked. Should work. Well, I know it works. I just did it, so we know it works. Yeah, see, yeah, it didn't take out 2. I was really skeptical that it would take out 2, but and it didn't. But I was also not. I wasn't skeptical that it would take out the 170 odd. I just thought, well, it would have to do it before it would even obviously have a chance to get to 2. It's got to get through these. I thought 2 might be might be a severe area though. It's a whole number. And there's some action right around 2, so okay, so Sidesh, you can't use the Momo scanner that you might have already, okay? You can, but you'll have to take the relative volume out, okay? Any of your scanners that uses relative volume, if you're trying to run it in the pre-market, you will get no data. Yeah, I know. She wants she wants food. Okay, so this is what I do. I mean, it's not well, it's sort of Momo, but the question was, I want to know if I can use a Momo scanner during pre-market hours, and if yes, how to set it up. So I mean, if you have a Momo scanner that you've got, you'll have to delete the relative volume filter. No, I wouldn't. You don't have to delete it. Just make sure that there's no value there. But this is what I use in the pre-market. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so when I come to my scans, these are the 4 scans that I use. So these are gappers, in the pre-market, gap up, gap down, and then this is a top list, which really tells me, it probably use this more than anything. This is telling me the pre-market actives up or down. These 2 are alert windows, so I've got my pre-market highs, so that's a trigger. But this gives me a better overall look, the actives up and down, because I can sort on different columns. So for instance, let me bring it up, show you what I do. Monita. That's her name. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? There we go. Pre-market actives up. Okay. So this is my monita, as in little monkey in Spanish. So this is what I do so I take a look at my pre-market actives up. Okay. So the obvious thing to do, now remember, it still runs. I mean, you can use this in, when the market opens, but, I cut it off right at 9:30. But the obvious thing to do at the beginning is to search or to sort on the change from the close. You want to see the ones that are up the most, okay? So this is what that column is. And it's still, it's still active. CAC is still up 75%, but you'll really see the ones that are up the most in the pre-market. Once you do that though, then the beauty of a top list window is, like, your eyes are always going to be drawn to the ones that are up the most, of course. And there could be a lot in the pre-market. So you may miss one that is, only up 7.3%. Okay, you may miss one like that. So what I do is I'll then sort on the float. Okay, I'll sort on the float to see the really low floaters that are up, so I'll sort on that, and that could unearth something that I may have missed by just concentrating on the ones that are up the most percentage-wise. So I'll sort on that, and I might pick one up. I might say, oh, okay, that's got a really low float, and it's up 8%. It's not up, 100%, but it could move. I'll also sort on the short float percent column. This is the percentage of the float that is short. Look at that short. I mean, one of the reasons, of course, why this went up is, it had news, yes, but also that it was 26% short. The float, so 26% of those 42 million shares were short. Now, the other one that I really like to use, so instead of the relative volume filter that you cannot use in the pre-market, this is this volume today percent filter. So what this would tell you in the pre-market, for instance, if it said 50%, what that would tell you is that already in the pre-market, that stock is traded 50% of what it normally does all day, as an example. So obviously the higher that number, that means that, some really abnormal volume is happening. So it's almost like a relative volume filter to be used in the pre-market. You can use it all day. I don't. Once the market opens, I like the relative volume filter. But in the pre-market, you can sort on this. And again, you might see something, maybe you miss something that's only up 8%, but extraordinary volume for it. And you might see it by just sorting on this column. So that's why I find the topless window in the pre-market is really valuable. Yeah, so I have no idea about Bitcoin continuing higher. Zero idea. What is it doing right now? Depends who you read. Yeah, so I mean, Sadesh, you could also, obviously, there might be other columns that you want to add, and you can sort on those in the pre-market or anytime during the day. But that's the beauty of a topless window. It ranks. I should probably go over, the differences. I mean, the alert window is designed, it's like an event. Okay, so I've created the event here. The event meaning, tell me the stocks that are between $1 and $20 with a current volume at least for 400,000 shares, up 4% from the open at least, etc., etc. And then if all these filters are met, tell me when a stock makes a new high for the day or makes a new low for the day. So this is the event that I have created. And we get a real-time alert when that happens. The topless window is designed for a different use. If you just said, well, just show me the stocks that are up the most for the day. If that's what you're interested in. Well, a stock that might be up the most for the day, so let's just say a stock is up 100%, but it could be sinking. So it's not making a new high, so you're not gonna see that in an alert window. But it could be moving down. It's still up, ranked with the rest of the stocks out there. It is still up the most, but it could be moving down. Or you could, we've got all sorts of position and range. In fact, let me bring out one let's see if I have that one. This is one that I kind of like to use when I do my after hours scanning. I'll give you this one. I mean, it's really simple. Here we go. Stocks in different positions and range. So look at this. Okay, so what this is, so I can sort on stocks, let me do it the other way. I can sort on stocks that are, at the top of the 5-day range. Here's the position in the 10-day range, 20, 3-month, 6-month, 9-month, year, 2. This is almost a lifetime high. I mean, KB is almost a lifetime high. but I can sort on the different columns. So, maybe something kind of pops out here, is IR as an example. So it's near the top of the 5-day range, but look where it is in the 2-year. If it's red, that means it's less than 50%, as an example. Okay, so you might think, maybe this is starting to come back, as an example. So you can sort on all these different columns. You can add as many different columns as you want and sort on them to give you a different look. Yeah, everything is available in the standard subscription. The only thing that isn't available in standard subscription is is the AI, access to the AI, okay, and if you wanted to auto trade anything. If you had your own strategy, you wanted to auto trade, or certainly if you wanted to attempt auto trading the AI. So everything I've said is part of the standard service. Not an email address. Oh, are you talking? Okay, Stephen, are you talking about upgrading, or are you talking about as a new subscriber? So you're talking about if you wanted to upgrade to what premium annual? Or are you saying you just subscribed? Okay, so what? Okay. So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to upgrade, or what are you trying to do? Okay, so first of all, the discount's only good for the first month. All right. So, yeah, otherwise, why would anybody take on an annual subscription if you could just get 20% off the monthly, month to month? So it's 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. Yeah, listen, our standard service is excellent. I mean, I think the AI is a it's an acquired taste, shall we say? I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I use it in a very very specific way. As a watch list. I'm not trying to auto trade anything. So, but it's for me, it's a watch list, no more, no less. But our standard service, I think, is awesome. Yeah. If you're brand new, I wouldn't go to premium. I would try our standard service. I'm not just talking to you, Sidesh, but anybody thinking about taking out a subscription, you can just try our standard service. That might be enough. You can always upgrade later on. All right. Well, I'm going to stick this announcement in. Boy, this is for me. This has been kind of a boring after the first hour. First hour is always exciting every single day. But kind of a little, for me anyway, what I'm scanning for is kind of boring. Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly. I mean, look, the AI had a tremendous day today. You know, I mean, CLDX at the even this one GSX is still working well. The CLDX was awesome. I mean, you know, now it's back up to 1935 from the short at 1960, but at one point it was down to $15. So I mean, that was an awesome alert. You know, how you use it is up to you. I mean, yes, you're right. We give you an entry and we have a stop. How you use it then is up to you. Yeah, I don't analyze Bitcoin at all. Sorry, Big Lava. I really don't. I mean, that's, you know, I really don't. I'm the wrong person to ask about what I think about Bitcoin, if it's influenced by inflation or rising interest rates or whatever. I'm the wrong person. Strategies. Where are you talking in the pull down? Where are you talking about, MK? You talking about in my homepage? From my homepage? Like where? I don't know where you're talking. Pull down or strategies. I'm not sure. I know what you mean. They're all here. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You have to be. So what menu bar are you talking about? You talking about our toolbar? New channel bar? And my watch list? Okay, well, the watch list only has these three symbols. Or these three, okay? The watch list is just meant to focus on these three. That's it. If that's what you're talking about. It was meant to just, you know, for people who are especially new, instead of, you know, having to look at a lot of different types of scans and all of that, just focus on, you know, this, and that was it. So it wasn't meant to have my entire layout, if that's what you mean. Okay, clear? So again, if you're talking about my strategy, my alert windows, you have to go to my homepage. Um, See, don't quite, still don't quite understand what you're trying to do. File, new. Yeah, so okay, so all of in new, and click on channel bar. It's not strategies. It's channel bar. Here are all the layouts, all the themed layouts, and each one of these has has alert windows, top list windows. There's nothing that says strategies under new. No. If you're talking about new and then strategies, no, there's nothing. There was never anything that would say strategies. Maybe this is this what you're talking about? So you're talking about when you click on new and then alert window, and then strategies. Is that what you're talking about? Almost forgot these existed. But here they are. I mean, bullish strategies. Here they are. Okay. Yeah, these were created many, 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 many years ago. Nothing has changed. You can take a look. Up big in the post. Well, stocks up 5 days in a row. I mean, you can take a look. Rallying off the bottom, up 50 cents in the last 5 minutes. And these are all created. All you have to do is click on one and then load the settings. Sorry. Okay, and then, there it is. And then you can take a look at, the settings exactly. And you can take a look and say, okay, I want to add a price range, maybe a minimum volume, things like that, kind of customize it. And the new running up now, I'm surprised it doesn't say 50 cents. But anyway, yeah, those are a lot of, that was way back. I don't think they've changed those in 15 years. Well, this is an impressive bounce by CLDX. It's almost as if, hey guys, this is a huge overreaction to the actual news. Yeah, I've got the time. I mean, okay, how it works. So we have what we call about 70 baseline strategies. So somebody asked, could I explain how the AI works? Okay, so we have 70 baseline strategies. Once the market closes today, the AI gets to work with an optimization program on those 70 baseline strategies. That's what happened Friday afternoon. Once the market closed, the AI got to work on those 70 strategies. These are the strategies that made the cut. Okay? Now, if this is my recommendation, I don't think you should care what the names of these are. I don't think you should care whether it's coming from Holy Grail, Neil. I think it just complicates things, okay? In my opinion, all you should care about is, okay, tell me what alerts I'm getting today from those strategies that made the cut. And this is what happened. These are the alerts. And to see that window, you just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And here's your window. And you just let the alerts come to you. You'll get nothing until, like the earliest will be 9:35. Happen to get one at 9:35, one at 9:36. Okay? And when you get the alert, I call this a suggested entry. You don't have to take the trade right off the bat, but that is a real time, that would be a real time alert. And then you have a stop. And then how you manage the trade will be up to you. Okay? And what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every day. Okay? I mean, that is really it. There's no videos. I mean, what I just said, because, some people will use, I use it like a watch list. I took one of the trades today, the Mogo trade on a short. Unfortunately, I didn't get into the CLDX trade. It ran from me too quickly. So I didn't get into it. But, the Mogo trade happened at 10:06. I didn't get in right at 8:89. But, how you manage to trade will be very different. Or it could be different, that's all. Yes. So, Carlos, have you ever loaded anything from the cloud before? Okay, good. So all you have to do, can you find my homepage tab? It says Barry's homepage. Okay. If you can see it, find it, you just click on it and you'll be brought to this page. Okay, you'll be brought to this page. And one of the scans, or one of the sections, my scans are here. So if you click here, so here's my entire layout that you see, okay? And then here are the individual scans that you say you know how to load from the cloud, so you just click on the alert and copy, go into a tab, copy the link, and then file load from the cloud. So here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay? Did you get that, or should I do it again? So you can't see this. You can't see. You're in off topic. Can you not see the tab that says Barry's homepage? You might have to scroll to the top. Wherever you are, you might have to scroll a little bit up to the top. And there's the tab called Barry's homepage. Can you see my screen, number one? Okay, so can you not find that tab, Barry's homepage? Can you not find it? You're in off topic right now, and then here are all the tabs. Should be at the top, or maybe you have to scroll up. Maybe you have to do something like this. I don't know. I can't see what you guys see. Otherwise, I'll put the link in. It just saves me some time. That's all. Rather than my having to put my link in all day long, I just direct people to that tab. But here it is. Okay, just a minute, please. Okay, well, Carlos, I actually posted the link right above you. Okay, so I mean that's the link right there. Okay, if you can't seem to find the tab, that's my homepage link. All right, guys. I'm just kind of biding my time right now, waiting for 3 o'clock. Questions, please. Fire away, please. When you say the same amount, what do you mean by that, Stephen? This is the so here's the entry, here's the exit, or the stop. Oh, I see, entry and exit. Well, that's because if you had been around earlier, I would have been kind of saying this is not how you would not want. This is the AI trading in what's called conservative mode. Okay, each one of these strategies they get optimized. They'll have a hold period. There's also an algo that will kick in to get you out of the trade. Obviously, if it hits the stop price, it gets you out, etc. But this is what I was saying earlier. If you had shorted this JSX, there was the alert at 9:35 at $36. Okay, and look what happened. Down, down, down. It got all the way down to 32.71, and then on this candle, it popped up. An algo kicked in to get you out of the trade, and as it turns out, right at the same price. As a trader, you cannot let that happen. Okay, I mean, if you get into something close to a 36 entry on a short and it goes down to 32.65, you can't just watch this candle go right back up to where you shorted it. Okay, so but the algo that kicked in, for whatever reason, it didn't in an auto trade mode of some sort, it did not kick in earlier. That's why we're always saying manage the exits on your own. So the same thing must have happened with the Mogo. I mean, look at Mogo, 889. I mean, it gets down to 840. You can't allow it to come right back up. This is just more or less, I would call it more or less coincidental that this happened. 576, the same thing, hanging on too long. So it's not like that every day, but all I'm saying is that you're better served managing the exits on your own. These ones didn't, of course. 1661 on the entry, exited at 1635. So it just happens that these ones that really had worked out very well, in call it auto mode, the AI hung on way too long. That's why we do not recommend auto trading the AI. Probably not RGB. I mean, this is a stock, it's a stock scanner, so. I think you asked that question earlier on today, right? So I would say no. No, it's hard for me to. I mean, it's hard for me to trade. Okay, I only took 2 trades today. Mogo and the KNSA. I missed this one. I don't typically like to take the AI trades at 9:35. Number one, but you'll hear me pointing out opportunities, but then I get diverted. From the opportunities that I point out. So this is not a matter of my telling anybody in the room, guys, you should be in this trade. I'm in this. You should be in it too. It's not like that. And I can't give financial advice like that, Ben. Somebody said, would I sell CLDX right now? You know, the answer I'm going to give you is probably not what you want to hear, but you have to sell, you have to manage the trades as per your trading plan. So, I have no idea where you got into this trade. It's still working. It's getting somewhat parabolic on the recovery. You have to keep following it. To me, the second it would have a red candle, I'd be taking some out anyway. But, right now at this point, there's no reason to sell. If you got into this, there's no reason to sell. Because it's still working. The minute it stalls, then you're going to have to maybe take a look at it. But I just think this was an overreaction. Again, I just don't know. I don't know that 80% response rate. That's what caused it to go down. Evidently, I don't know. People were looking for 100%. I really don't know. But this seems to me just an overreaction to that news. Yeah, so this is a new issue. Yeah, this your guys are talking about the EWTA. So that was, I guess, on Friday. IPO on Friday. Obviously, very successful. Nice follow through day today. All right, guys, I'm getting just about set to shut down. I'll just put the promo code in here one last time. Well, I'll be back tomorrow, Asif, so don't worry. I'm hoping tomorrow will be a little more exciting for me personally. I mean, there were a lot. I mean, the CLDX, you can't go wrong. Could have gone certainly on the short side, and then the bounce on the long side giving you tremendous percentage increases. Look at this one. Remember, this one was flying. Look how choppy it is. Now it's starting to give it up. CHPT. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap it up now. Yeah, I don't think so. Well, not in this room, RGB. I mean, it's you're in a stock. I mean, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, and Trade Ideas does not scan for index futures. So, to me, it's somewhat obvious. Yeah, we all saw the news on the upside for HGEN, and then maybe the reason why it's being slapped down. Michael, yes? All right, guys, I think I'll shut it down. I don't see anything else happening, so before I do that, make sure I change my script. All right, everybody. We'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you then. If not, well, I shouldn't say if not. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time in the trading room. Bye-bye.